Mic check, mic check. Mic test, mic test.
All right, want me to make that announcement now?
Yep.
That's it. 9. All right.
Yeah, so we need everybody to start moving towards the.
All right, Vex competitors. Our drivers meeting will start in 10 minutes. That's at 9 o'clock. Our drivers meeting is going to start in 10 minutes. So if you're not already, start moving on over to our field area. Once again, 10 minutes before our drivers meeting. All right, folks. Our driver's meeting is going to begin in 3 minutes.
I don't know how to operate this. How do I turn it off? Do I just push that to talk?
Noah check? Check? Yep. Okay, cool. So, again, he's going to give a welcome.
Good morning, everyone. We ready to compete some robots? Woohoo! All right. I wanted to introduce our good friend, Dr. Fowler, the president of Carson-Newman. He's going to give opening remarks and our welcoming prayer.
Thank you, and welcome to Carson-Newman today. It's a joy to stand in front of you and welcome you to our beautiful campus, and we are so grateful you're here. It's an honor, really, for us to be able to host you today, and I look forward, and so many of us, at seeing this outstanding competition. Last year, I didn't even know this world existed, and last year we hosted a robotics tournament here, and I was blown away. I don't know that I have seen anything more impressive than these middle school and high school students and what you are doing in robotics. It was just opened a world that I didn't know was there, and I am so grateful that y'all are welcoming us into that world with you, because it's fantastic and it's an honor to have you here. I want to just give you a welcome on behalf. We've got team members here. Most of our Carson-Newman family who are here today have got their name tags on. And if you have questions or problems, please talk to them. They're here to help. We want to introduce you to Carson-Newman at the same time as we are getting to know you in this fabulous competition. So God bless you. I hope today goes well. I can't wait to see who wins. Let me open us with a word of prayer, and then I'll turn it over to Noah, who's going to be our MC this morning. Let's pray. Gracious Father, thank you for the gift of this day, and thank you for Carson-Newman and for all of these incredible young men and young ladies who are here to compete today. Thank you for their parents who have sacrificed so much to make this be possible, for their teachers and others who've invested countless hours into them. But Father, we thank you that you give us minds, you give us creativity, you are the giver of all good and perfect gifts, and I thank you for how they will be on display today through this competition. So, Father, we pray your blessing over every home that's represented here. Thank you for the privilege that Carson-Newman has to host this wonderful event this year. We bless you, Father, even as we pray a blessing over this competition. In Christ's name, amen. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you would please rise for the presentation of the colors and our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to introduce our head referee for today, Cabot.
Good morning. My name is Cabot McCarver, and I will be your head referee over in high school. This is Ben, and he will be your referee over in middle school. So welcome to the first official tournament of the season, over and under season, in Tennessee. This is always a great opportunity for us from West Tennessee to come and visit. You guys have beautiful scenery, and you're just so friendly here. So thank you all for being here, and welcome. We're super excited to be here. I'm just gonna go over some rules real quick for the kids and for the adults. So this game, let me tell you, this is my 8th season in Vex Robotics. This is my 6th season reffing, And this is the most aggressive, most violent, most chaotic game I have ever reffed, and the kids absolutely love it, of course. So if it's gonna be, if all you see is chaos, then they're doing something right. The two rules that we always want to go over are G1 and G2. And G1, of course, says, be nice. Like, I know a lot of your mama's kids. I know how to find her. And I know that she has taught you to say please and thank you, and to be respectful to the volunteers, and to be kind to one another, and to be helpful. And so G1 says, kids, be nice. It also says adults, be nice, but that's expected, and we know that you will be, because we're in East Tennessee. G2 says that adults, your job is done. Like, you got them here and they are ready to roll. And so as a coach, as a parent, as a mentor, you are here to cheer them on. And this is going to be a student-led, student-centered event. So make sure they're hydrated and make sure that they're fed, and remind them to go to the bathroom. And if your kids allow, remind them to do skills. Like, my kids never wanted me to remind them of things like that. That's how I ended up volunteering. If you start getting on your kids' nerves, it's time for you to volunteer. But that's G2, basically saying that as an adult, you're here to cheer them on and to give them high fives and to give them snack money. So those are the two main rules that everyone needs to be aware of, and now that I know that you have all heard that, we can move on to the more interesting game rules for the kids. Like I said, teams, this is one of the most violent games I've ever seen the GDC come out with. And when I first saw this game, I wasn't super enthused about it, but the more I see it, and the more I see your creativity, and the more that I see what you guys have done within the parameters of the rules, the more exciting it has become for me. So I'm excited to see what East Tennessee and those of us visiting from Middle and West Tennessee bring to the table in this early season tournament. Some things that you definitely need to be aware of. I'm going to be watching so carefully for this. If you are using Vex IQ pins to hold your plates on your robot, stop. Figure out a new game plan. If you don't have a new game plan and can't figure it out before the end of this tournament, add rubber bands, because of the double zoning rule and because of how protected the elevation bars and elevated robots are at the end of the match. I have to know if you are red or blue. If you lose your plates, Ben and I will make a note of it, and we'll only warn you once. Do not come back to the field unless your plates are secure on your robot. On that same note, we have to know if you're blue or red. So if you come to the field with the wrong color plates, it's going to be devastation and tears and gnashing of my teeth. Be sure you have the right color plates. Be sure they are secure. Don't forget your goggles. Only 3 people in this area, so don't bring a 4th guy that's carrying your pneumatics pump or whatever. Only 3 people per team in this competition area. During the match, we have only allowed scorekeepers to volunteer who have eagle eyes, okay? They have eagle eyes, and they're going to be watching to make sure that if you are match loading, number 1, that your robot is contacting the match load bar. I don't care if it's a zip tie, I don't care if it's a roller on one of your Omni wheels, something has to be contacting that match load bar. You need to give us the space to be able to get in there and see, because if we can't see, we're not gonna be able to verify that whatever you're match loading is legal, okay? Make sure that you're contacting that match load bar before you load that tri-ball. And if your driver, who's obviously gonna be out of sync with the loader sometimes, if they start to drive away from the match load bar, don't chunk the tri-ball at the robot, because then we have to figure out where that tri-ball landed. And if it scores for you and later turns out to be match affecting, then we have to issue a DQ. So please make sure that you're in contact with that match load bar. Second thing, let's see, match load bars. Trapping, holding, pinning. Don't you love the 10 pages on trapping, holding, pinning this year? There's not a lot of room on the field once you get 4 robots and 60 tri-balls on the field. So almost anywhere at any moment you could be trapping. If you are not trying to escape though, it's not a trap. If someone is trapping you, if you think someone is trapping you, draw our attention to it. Again, we only have scorekeepers with eagle eyes, so they're gonna be looking for trapping, holding also. Draw our attention to it. If you're not trying to escape, we're probably not gonna start a count. I like to start my counts immediately, even if I'm wrong, because if I'm counting, it's because I'm helping you know when you hit 5 seconds. It's not because I'm threatening you and trying to get you away. You're allowed 5 seconds. Sorry, excuse me, a 5 count, not 5 seconds. You're allowed a 5 count. If I'm counting, it's because I'm helping you. And if I stop counting, it's because I've determined it's not a trap. But just because I'm counting, you don't have to yell at me, I'm not trapping, because I'm trying to determine if it's a trap or not. If you're the robot that's being trapped, you want me to start counting immediately, right? So, if a scorekeeper is counting, because a lot of them, well actually all of them are brand new to the game, and so if they start counting and they catch my attention and I jump in on the count, it's legitimate. And you need to think about what count we're at. If they're counting and I'm like, I don't think it is, they're probably gonna stop, okay? That's trapping and holding. And then 30 seconds, what happens when there's only 30 seconds left in the match? A buzzer goes off, right? And during those last 30 seconds, robots that are elevated are protected. What is protected? Well, the robot is protected, the elevation bar is protected, and the short bar is protected. So if you're a red robot in this area in the last 30 seconds, I'm gonna be yelling at you. And it's not because I don't like you, I don't like your catapult design. It's because I don't wanna have to DQ you for affecting the way that this blue robot may be trying to elevate. Because if you prevent them from elevating or affect how they might have been able to elevate, and that ends up being match affecting, I have to DQ you. My whole goal is to have 0 DQs. So before you get yourself in a situation where I might have to DQ you, I'm going to yell at you only because I have to be loud so you can hear me. And when I'm yelling at you, it's because I'm trying to help you, I promise. Because the referee team, Ben, myself, and all the scorekeepers, our goal is to help you play your best game with the robot that you've brought. That means that I need to know what color robot you are. That means that I don't want to have to DQ you for a hold, and that means that I don't want to have to DQ you for doing something that is match affecting. I'm going to cover one more little thing because I already see that there are a couple of defensive robots that are here today. If you are a defensive robot and you plan on crawling under somebody's goal, if I am red and I see that blue is double zoned, and I decide I'm going to take this opportunity to de-score underneath the blue goal, and I'm under the goal, and then all of a sudden, red is no longer double zoned, I have to get out from underneath that goal, right? But on my way out, I see that I'm going to de-score 3 tri-balls on my way out. Well, you need to get out of the goal, so do that. But then we're going to track how many balls you de-scored, and then we have to determine whether those 3 balls that you de-scored are match affecting at the end of the game. So to be really extra safe, if I were a defensive robot and I de-scored those while the opposing alliance was not double zoned, I'm probably going to try to fix that mistake so that those tri-balls don't count against me in the end, okay? Those are some of the biggest things that I've seen so far this season. Do any of you students have questions? Nobody has questions? Everyone understands all the rules? That's awesome. Anything in the rule book or the Q&A that you are not sure about? No? Raised hands at all? Anything about skills? You have a question? Okay. What's your question?
For match loads, do they have to be in your robot or touching?
When you introduce a match load, first of all, you as the robot have to be touching what? The match load bar. If you are touching the match load bar, the way to legally introduce a tri-ball is that tri-ball has to be introduced onto your robot, right? So it has to touch your robot before it can touch the tile on the floor. Again, your eagle eye scorekeepers are going to be keeping an eye on making sure that you're touching the bar, and then also that tri-ball does need to make contact with your robot before it touches the tile, because it's not legal to introduce tri-balls onto the tiles. It is legal to introduce tri-balls onto your robot, except for in the match load zone, right? You can introduce it directly onto the tile of the match load zone. All right, any other questions? Since this is our first tournament in Tennessee for the year, I know that a lot of things will come up. If you run into situations where you're not sure about a specific rule or whatever, feel free to come to Ben and myself. We will do our best to take you to the rule book, because I want you to know the rules as well as I do. We all play a better game when we all understand the rules. And I'm huge on you guys advocating for yourselves, okay? So if you think that our interpretation of something isn't quite right, let's learn together. We'll go to the rule book and we'll explain to you why we've ruled the way we ruled. Sometimes it comes down to, I don't think we're gonna understand that the same, right? Like, your interpretation isn't gonna match mine, but I want you to understand why I've ruled the way I've ruled, and Ben wants you to understand why Ben's ruled the way that he has ruled, okay? That's all I've got. If no one else has any other questions, we are good to go. So you guys are gonna come to the field with the correct color tags firmly secured to your robot and your goggles. And I will tell you also that during autonomous, it's gonna take us a minute to score the field. Score along with us, because the autonomous scoring is a mess this year. So score along with us, make sure you agree. Once you've left the field, you can no longer contest stuff that happened during the match. So let's make sure we all agree and walk away happy, okay? Congratulations, welcome, and get that state spot, okay guys?
All right, folks, we have not seen a match schedule just yet, but we should expect that very shortly.
Yeah. We'll have one on each side, and then after that, we'll just have to make the match for some reason.
We need more match.
You want them to come on in so they can join? Thank you so much.
We can recruit field setters, that'd be great.
Like from the audience?
I mean, we have to, like, we only need 2 right now. We need at least
You have 2 field setters.
2 field setters for the whole thing. Hi.
So I have a question about win point.
Okay.
So, say
No, you don't get any. Just kidding.
say you're on the blue side,
Uh-huh.
and your robot is starting over there on that side. And okay, actually, wait, never mind. Wait, forget that. You're starting on this side,
Okay, so
And-
your blue robot right here. Okay.
and for a part of win point, you have to score one of your alliance tri-balls underneath the goal. Does it matter which goal? Has to be ours. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So if I were a team, I'd want whatever robot was on this side to score that.
Yeah, we've made it to where it only scores it on this side. So
Okay. Yeah.
thank you.
No problem.
Would you like me to ask for volunteer field resetters right now?
Just that we're gonna need them. So if anybody decides that they want to come field set, we can get them and get them trained and start matches in 10 minutes. So ideally.
All right, folks, it turns out we have a bit of an unusual opportunity for some of the folks that are here today watching in the crowd. Every single Vex tournament needs a lot of volunteers to run the show smoothly, and we're lucky we had a lot of great volunteers come out this year to help out, but we're still short in one critical area, and that's the field resetters area. So if there's anyone out there who thinks, I could use some exercise, I could use something fun to do today, why don't you come on over here and we'll show you how to be a field resetter for this tournament. I know our head referees would really, really appreciate it, and it would really help the tournament go well. It's a great job as well for little kids under, if they don't have a whole lot to do today. Being a field resetter is a really great way for little kids to learn about robotics, even if they aren't old enough to compete yet. So once again, if anyone would be interested in being a field resetter today, come over here to the head ref and we will show you how to do it.
I think they'll have enough already, because we've got 2 more coming, and so we just need probably one more.
All right. You got one more here.
Yeah. Come here, I'll show you what to do.
All right. Thank y'all so much.
You ready? Sorry? Oh yeah. Kids shut up. Do you want a monster? It was buy 2 get 1 free, so I got an extra one. If I remember where it is, hold up. One was for me, one was for Garrison.
I have a question. So if I have wings on my robot, do they have to be like 90 degrees angle? Sure. If I turn this microphone off and back on, will it reconnect automatically?
All right, folks, we have match schedules available. If you want a match schedule, head on over to the skills area. You'll see a tall fellow handing them out. And we will be starting our matches in 5 minutes. So I recommend getting those match schedules as soon as possible. Go ahead and pick one up in case you've got an early match. More time, go ahead and come to the skills area, pick up a match schedule. One per team. And that will be at the queuing tables. So come to the queuing tables, we will be giving you your match schedules. It is 9:28.
What time does it start?
We're going to start in about 4 minutes now.
Oh, okay.
So soon.
No, she was harder on us than anyone else, but
That's because I didn't want anyone to think that, you were accomplishing things because of me. So anyway, and then if you'll take a Sharpie and write your name on the other side of your name tag, because it's going to flip when I get your attention. Like, not know your name. And again, feel free to call me Ref if you don't remember how to pronounce my name. Is it Kaboo or Kaboo? Kaboo. Got it.
anybody assisting you as far as
I mean, I'll take whatever. I really love 3 scorpions per field, but because I think the action may be a little bit lower in middle school or whatever, I'm glad to have one person rotate with me. Just whatever we need to get the whole entire job done.
All right, folks, if you are in the first match, it would probably be a good idea to head on over to the fields and start setting up. So again, if you are in the first match, you should probably be headed towards the fields.
especially for behind, we are very strict on you got to be here, you got to be ready. They can't fix the robots at the fields. We just don't have time for it.
Are y'all going to be using both of these fields for matches?
Yeah, for
All 4. Okay. And folks, if you are in the second match, you should also be headed towards the field. Don't forget to stop at the queuing tables first. But go ahead and start heading over to the field. And if you're in the third match, you should start heading towards the queuing table. We want to get started as soon as possible here. And we can't get started until y'all are ready. Well, actually, we can, but we would rather start with all our teams here. All right, I'm seeing some high school teams head towards the fields. I'm not seeing a whole lot of middle school teams.
What? I can't tell where we. All right, Q. We're match one. I don't know where.
Match 1, I also don't know
Oh,
which
this
is
is
which.
skill.
No, those are skills. These are match fields. Which match do you mention? Which field is which?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the queue information.
rectify a misunderstanding. You're good. Thank you so much for doing queuing.
Corner? You gotta have three in that corner. Yes. We're ready to start the match here in like 30 seconds. There's no resetting after. Oh, the field. Yes, okay. If you guys want to sit back here, because I'm going to stand right here. Okay. As long as it takes.
You want their shoe?
Move your shoes too? Okay.
All right, tournament manager. Can you get me to go ahead and queue up these matches on the first two high school fields here? I've asked them to set this up.
What's that?
I went ahead and asked them to set that up. I haven't heard them. They haven't done anything yet. Just waiting on them. The person in charge of queuing is only one.
Okay.
So God bless her. And so they're going to be responsible for, I think, running this. All right, looks like we're getting ready to get started.
One of you, Jer, is it Jer? Yes. You can go over there and make sure that they're getting ready. All right. Tell them we're going to be ready as soon as we get over, okay? We are ready to queue match one
Okay.
in high school.
I only have one. I only have me.
Okay, you need to find some.
Okay. Can you do it?
We can do two per field if we have to.
Okay.
So I got three right now.
Okay. There's 3 here, 3 there, and 3 there.
Okay, so pull
Just
some.
pull one.
Yeah. All right, so scorekeepers, let me make sure everybody has goggles, that they're passing. Blue, 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 blue. Red, red. Okay. Goggles, 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 goggles. No, can you do the 30-second timer?
All right, I'll watch the 30.
All right, guys, we're not going to have audio cues, but we're going to make sure that our awesome MC Noah gives you the cues you need, okay?
So is that just 30 seconds?
At 30 seconds, we need to, yeah.
All right.
Red, Hope, are you running a program? That's not Hope? Oh, sorry.
You can see it on the.
Do you have an autonomous to run? Okay, so we'll be fine. Thank you.
All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? I get a thumbs up from both alliances on the red, from both robots on the Red Alliance. Great. Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, Tournament Manager, are you ready? Ready? We will have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. And the robots spring into action. Now this is the autonomous portion of the match. Everything these robots do in the first 15 seconds has been pre-programmed by the teams. Seems like they're all trying to do something a little different.
Blue wins autonomous, no wins.
And Blue Alliance is going to get that autonomous victory.
Who's doing that? Are you doing that? Angela, blue wins autonomous, no wins one. Got it. Okay. It's not showing up on our thing, so can I see your tablet? Blue wins autonomous.
All right, and we are ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And immediately you're seeing 663D on the Red Alliance. They're trying to use this strategy where they throw the balls onto the other side of the match, or the other side of the field, not to be outdone. Hope Robotics is throwing these tri-balls, as they're called, really, really hard across the field. And we're seeing a couple of these tri-balls start bouncing out of the field. This is very, very chaotic. 663D, one of those robots on the Red Alliance hasn't moved yet in the match. So there could potentially be an issue with the robot program or activation. The other robot on the Red Alliance is doing the best that they can to start scoring some points. The issue for them, though, the Blue Alliance, look how many tri-balls they've been able to put in that goal already, and it's only been about a minute of driver control so far. Red Alliance is back to trying to shoot from a distance. But both robots on the... And 30-second mark, by the way, so the small bar is now protected. We are inside the 30 seconds. And we're still seeing these get fired across the field. And out of the field. Some of these tri-balls are even going into the other field, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rule change on that come the end of the season. But for now, Blue Alliance has done a fantastic job of this match. Not only have they been pushing the tri-balls into the goals, but they've been throwing them across the field really well. And that's the match. Meanwhile, we have a middle school match going on over here. We're seeing some similar strategies get executed. We got a minute left in this match as we catch up with them. And a really good shot from the Red Alliance gets that tri-ball inside the goal. And so I think what you're seeing from these alliances here is you've got one robot that tries to throw the balls across the field and another one that tries to shove them into the goal for those extra points. And Red Alliance is starting to move those tri-balls a little faster, a little bit more consistently. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance, they've done a good job early on in this match to score some points. And we are at the end of the 30 seconds. So at this point, if you try to elevate your robot now, you're safe. That'll do it for the first middle school match. Looks like the strategies were all quite similar. It's really about the execution. All right, and we are ready to start qualification 2 with Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. There's a little bit of action from the blue side of the field, but the robot didn't do a whole lot in Auton. right, auton tie, no autonomous win point. And we are ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And immediately in driver control, Red Alliance is starting to shoot a tri-ball across the field. Now the rule about shooting the tri-balls is that you have to be touching the match load bar. That's that little piece of PVC pipe. And look at that shot from Red Alliance. Dropped a tri-ball into the blue robot. Haven't seen that one yet this year. But it only took 2 matches for that to happen. It was gonna happen eventually. And our head ref is just reminding our competitors, your robot has to be in contact with the match load bar in order to do what Red Alliance are doing right now. You've seen 2 teams from the 2-4-8-1-6 organization in this match. Sometimes you get sister teams on an alliance, you get an extra bit of synergy that helps you execute really well on the strategies. And it looks like that's working out so far. A lot of contact between these robots. They're fighting over this space in the middle of the field. As Blue Alliance gets a massive shove, moves a ton of tri-balls across the field. All right, that's 30 seconds. That's 30 seconds. Now, folks, to explain the scoring here, you get points for tri-balls that are on your side of the field, but you get extra points if those tri-balls are in a goal. Just a bit more pushing and shoving going on as Blue Alliance tries to get a few more tri-balls into the goal in the closing stages of this game. And both Blue Alliance robots are on one side of the field. So one of the Blue Alliance robots got a warning at the end there because their robot was lifting the net. Now, you're not allowed to lift that net up. Partially because it's going to damage the field and the elements, but that's also just not how the game is meant to be played. And it's a violation of the rules if you lift that net up to try to score. So while we wait on some scoring clarification from our first high school match, I'd just like to take a moment to remind you all that there are concessions for sale back behind the middle school fields, behind those glass walls. Don't walk through the glass, just go around, there's a door. I almost walked through the glass this morning. It's very clear, very easy mistake to make. But there are concessions available for sale. So some of these team members here are asking their head rep a question about where you can stand. You're only allowed to, during the match, you have to stay on your side of the field.
We're starting the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so for our second middle school match, we have our autonomous underway. So some action from both of those teams. 663J on the Red Alliance is trying to get that tri-ball into its goal. Doesn't quite get it under there, and the same can be said of 57711E. Both good attempts, but Red Alliance is going to take the Auton. And now we're in driver control. So one of those robots on the Red Alliance, looks like 18,000J, is currently not moving. So that could be due to a technical issue. It could be stuck from the way it's mounted. So what you're seeing now is a unique strategy coming out from 57711E. Some robots have been using a catapult. We've seen that a good bunch. What they're doing is they're just using a roller on their robot to get those tri-balls on the field of play as quickly as possible, and then use the front of their robot to shove them to the other side of the field. It's a pretty creative strategy. We'll see if it works. So both blue robots are now on one side of the field. That means that they are double zoned.
Yes. Were they scoring?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, they have to be. It's either side, but if two robots are the same color on either side, then it's double.
All right, so here's an important rule that we haven't mentioned just yet. Both robots cannot be on the same side of the field. If they are, they're double zoned. Now, there's not a penalty for this, but if both of your robots are on the same side of the field, then and only then are other teams allowed to de-score. So you're not allowed to take tri-balls out of your opponent's goal. But if they double zone, then they're breaking the rules, and the penalty for that is that you get to de-score from your opponent. And so a lot of teams, I've heard them talking amongst themselves, they've been very careful not to end up with both robots on one side of the field. And that affects a whole lot of things like your match strategy, and it affects how you play with your alliance partner and who's going to do what during a match.
It really will. It's going to be pretty great.
Looks like you're about to start qualification match number 3 in the high school.
They're missing a whole set of tri-balls, guys. Guys, you need to be sure you have 22 tri-balls, 22 green balls on your side. Teams, sort it out.
They could be on the other field because they got shot that way in the first match.
You got 3 baskets there.
Move backwards. I'm not allowed to touch it. I'm an MC. That's a question for your head ref. So a little bit of explanation about how the game is played, or at least what we expect. The big source of points this year that you can score is going to come at the end of a match. So you may have been wondering what these bars are for. Those are elevation bars. We haven't seen any teams try to elevate yet. But the idea is that you can grab onto these bars and lift your robot up. And the higher you are at the end of the match, the more points you score. So we'll see if later on today maybe we get some elevation attempts towards the end of a match to try to swing things in a team's favor.
We're missing tri-balls. So how many are you missing, Parker? They're on another field, I imagine. Can we rob 3 for now? Can we you have a solution, right?
So while we hunt down some extra tri-balls, since a few of them got thrown to who knows where earlier.
We need 3. Can somebody go run? Mark, can you get 3 from that field?
Another important design decision the teams have had to make is, do we want our robot to be able to drive over that central bar? You're allowed to drive over the bar, but it's difficult and it requires you to make some design compromises. For instance, if you're able to drive over that bar, you might have a harder time getting underneath the other bar.
All right, we're ready to start. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going to have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
Chattanooga, I didn't see that. Your tri-ball needs to be touching your robot next time, okay?
And 936-4C on the Red Alliance already doing a good job just getting a large volume of tri-balls onto the other side of the field.
No win point, red wins autonomous.
And that's going to be a Red Alliance Auton win.
No win point, Jer. Red wins autonomous.
And we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. In 3, 2, 1, go. 2, 1, okay, there we go. And already these shots are flying across the field from Red Alliance. And that bouncing out of the field.
That came out of the field, that's why. You are allowed to match load, but that particular ball was changed from a different spot.
There's a big brawl in the middle of the field now, and 936-4C is caught on top of 663C. Those robots look like they're having a bit of a hard time coming loose from one another. In the meantime, Blue Alliance is trying to get some of these tri-balls on the other side of the field, but Red Alliance, 663E, their sister team, is doing a really good job defending against that offense. And they've just been pushing so many of these tri-balls into their goal using that back plate of their robot. So Blue Alliance is now going to have a hard time coming back from this. We are in the last 30 seconds, by the way, so all elevation attempts are protected. And Blue Alliance are going to go for a last-minute play to try to get some tri-balls in their goal. We'll see if that's enough to turn it. That could be exactly what they need right now. But those two robots have still been tangled up from the opening moment to this match.
Chattanooga Blue, when you start the match, make sure your tri-ball is touching the robot, okay? All right, any questions? Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I'm thinking blue because it's next to blue. Chattanooga, when you start the match, make sure that your Blue Alliance tri-ball is touching the robot.
So while our head ref is talking about that last match to the teams in the high school, let's see what the middle school fellas are getting up to. 30 seconds left in a middle school match. Not a lot of teams, it looks like, have been using some match loads. Looks like we have one robot stuck on a match load bar. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of material on the field, so any last minute play here could well turn the tide of this match. 5 seconds left. That's a really unique design. From 57711H, it's using a little punching mechanism to try to get those balls across the field. So that's another design that we haven't seen a whole lot of today is punching mechanisms. So some teams will do something with a ratchet and a motor and some rubber bands, and they'll wind up a little beam, and then they'll punch a ball across the field, and they'll do it over and over and over again. And the idea is just to get these across the field. All right, doesn't look like any of these middle school teams have an autonomous program. All right, headed back over to the high school for the 4th match of the day. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Blue Alliance ready?
Brentwood, you're not connected? Says your controller is not connected.
When we plug it in, it comes into
Wrong radio mode. You're in Bluetooth mode. You need to get out of Bluetooth mode.
We're having a bit of a connection difficulty. Qualification match number 4.
It shouldn't matter because your number's on your brain. It's reading what's on your brain. Okay. So is this port? Try the middle and see if it. They can't plug into the middle.
So we're having a connection issue for the high school match number 4.
How's it going, Noah?
Is this being an Auton or a match?
Match.
What?
Match.
Is this the same match as earlier?
Are we good? Can we go ahead and confirm this score? It is. Yeah.
First of the year.
We're good on this end.
Awesome. Should we go ahead and say it?
We did.
Let's go ahead and get the other.
Just one? Is it extra or just one? Okay.
Hi. What? Water. I think they're in that room over there, aren't they? Those are concessions, yeah.
Huh?
Those are the concessions, but they might charge me. I think there's in the break room. Oh, I don't even know.
Yeah, go for it.
Looks like we have a middle school match going on over here.
Red robot, I need you out of the goal. You are not allowed in that goal.
So our head ref is reminding that Red Alliance robot 31110F that you're not allowed to go into your opponent's goal unless your opponent is double zoned. And because there's only one blue robot in this match, that's impossible. So it's important that those red robots avoid heading into their opponent's goals. Meanwhile, that one blue robot that is still in this match is putting up a solid fight right now, trying to find as many tri-balls as possible to slide into their goal. There's a big defensive fight going on as well. And 936 they're going to take that match low, but they're going to get hit as they try to move it out of the. So they're trying to move it out of their zone. And so the team was trying to put it on there, but that's some good defense from the Red Alliance to take that tri-ball and put it in their own goal. So Red Alliance is just playing the best kind of lockdown play that they can right now. Blue Alliance is doing a good job, all things considered, but when you're one robot against two, it's going to be a hard match no matter what happens. And Red Alliance trying to seal the deal here with a few extra tri-balls.
We ready to go? Everyone's ready? Red team? Red team, you ready? Blue team, you ready? I love it.
All right. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. We had the autom for this match a while ago now. If I recall, the Red Alliance came out on top of the autom period. And already we're seeing both alliances try to fling those balls across the field.
Mark, you need to be on that side of the field. Be on that side of the field. They can both match close. One at a time.
There's some defense coming in from the Blue Alliance. They want they want their opponent to stop throwing those balls across the field. Those tri-balls, when you're throwing them, even if they're not going in the goal, they start to rack up very quickly. Blue Alliance is going to try to get some tri-balls of their own across the field. They've got their own kind of launching mechanism. Our head rep's just reminding them, you got to be in contact with that match low ball. And look at that, there's a robot on another robot. That's happened already today. It could happen a lot this year with robots designed to go on top of things. And some of these tri-balls are heading in unpredictable directions. And look at that, Blue Alliance has shoved some tri-balls under that red robot and it's stuck. That red robot doesn't look like it's going to be able to move. We're in the last 30 seconds now. And so Blue Alliance, they could have a bit of a power play here at the end to start racking up some extra points. That could really help them here with that one big play to get their opponent stuck. That is allowed. You're allowed to get some tri-balls under your opponent if you can pull it off. That may not have been enough, though, because Red Alliance did a great job early on in that match to start racking up the points. A good match from both sides there. A lot of exciting back-and-forth action. So something we're seeing from a lot of teams this year that we didn't really expect is football gloves. And what one team member was explaining to me is that they use these gloves for grip when they're doing their match loads. Have I got that right? Use them for grip? And that makes sure that no matter what, they're getting a consistent release of that tri-ball as they put it on their robot. And it leads to some behind-the-scenes fun as well, as you can see. But it's also a good competitive advantage if you can be consistent. Because human hands, as you know, when you're under a lot of pressure, you know, you can get sweaty, you can get nervous. You can start to make some mistakes with your match loads, and that can cost your team some points. So these football gloves are there to help the teams get a little bit more grip, just be very consistent with the way they're loading these up.
If you beat them both times,
You
you're
have to
the
be
best
on
team.
that side of the driver's seat. Okay? Don't go around. You have all your tri balls. You count them.
We're missing three. We're missing one. They're missing three.
Okay. Do we need to grab for practice?
I imagine that they have more than they're supposed to. Because, okay. Go Rob 3 for now. Let's get started. Go Rob 3 out of their match load box.
So what we're seeing is a bit of borrowing going on. Because of all this launching that happens with the tri-balls and they end up in other fields in other places that they shouldn't be, you have to borrow tri-balls from the fields that are not currently in use just to make sure we have the right number. Each alliance gets 22 match load tri-balls in addition to the balls that start on the field.
Contacting the balls. That's fine. But I need you to watch them while they're matching. We are ready now.
All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. This is in qualification match number 5. And both alliances are trying to put a tri-ball in the red goal early. No action on this side of the field. It's going to be an auton tie. Nobody gets the win point either. We'll have driver control. And 3, 2, 1, go. Now, you might have heard us mention the auton win point. That's an extra point in the standings for teams that can get an extra something done in auton. Each year, there's a few extra tasks you can complete in autonomous. Now look at this defense. 663G has got this massive metal claw arm that they're using to block these shots from Red Alliance. And they're making it impossible for them to get their shots off. They're just playing defense. It's like playing basketball. You're waving your hands in front of your opponent saying, no, you can't shoot this. I'm going to block you. And now, Red Alliance might not be able to launch at all. There's a tri-ball in their robot. That might jam their launcher. So it could be down to the other Red Alliance robot to start moving things. But the good news is Red Alliance has done a fantastic job with those tri-balls on the other side of the field. Look at this pushing and shoving. These are sister teams, by the way, going at it with each other. Duck Sauce is that heavily decorated black robot on the red side that's been doing such a good job. And Blue Alliance is double zone right now. Blue Alliance is currently double zone, which means Red Alliance is allowed to de-score right now. It's the first time we've seen that rule come in handy, and now they're no longer double zoned. The double zoning has ended. Now there's some ramming going on. Some rubber bands getting caught in between these robots. There's a lot of really physical robot interaction that's going on. There's so many tight spaces that you're going to need to push and shove sometimes just to get priority over your opponents and even your teammates. Looks like one blue robot is stuck. This is going to be a really high-scoring game. Both alliances are going to try their best to get every tri-ball that they can inside that goal while they still can. This is going to be a close game. What a match from both sides. Really, really good scoring and impressive defense. A proper shootout in every sense of the word. Blue Alliance doing such a good job to guard those shots coming across. Red Alliance doing such a good job to find the points on the field. Find those tri-balls, get them in. All right, meanwhile, to pop on over to a middle school match. It's already underway. 40 seconds left. And we're seeing something similar going on here. 663J. It's trying to block the shots of 57711 in. And as the last 30 seconds of this match start, neither alliance has scored tons of points. So what that means is that any last minute scoring could really impact the outcome of this match. And these early matches are just so important for these teams because you only have so many in a day. One blue robot is still frantically trying to get the points going. Started to get their robot going. There was a connection issue in that match. All right, folks, so we've had a request from our tournament managing team. They're doing a really good job up there to keep our slides working. If you want to record your kids or your friends as they play their matches, that's great. You are free to do so. The only request that we have is that you stay down a little bit so that you don't block the view of those that are behind you. I'll say that one more time. If you're wanting to record a match, by all means, feel free to do so. We encourage you to capture some memories of a fun day. Just make sure that you're not blocking anyone's view. Maybe stand over the side, maybe stand down a little bit. Just make sure that everybody can see the action. All right, thank you all very much. And all right, some exciting action going on in middle school match number 8. (1800C) is doing a really good job consistently lobbing those balls across the halfway point. Red Alliance is currently double zone. Okay, they're no longer double zone, and look at that. Red Alliance pushing so many tri-balls into their goal right now. That's a big late point swing. And that's the thing about this game. Point scoring can be permanent, but you can also change the outcome really quickly over the course of a long game. We got 5 seconds left. Who's going to get the final points on the board before the end of this game? Looks like a close match. Meanwhile, we've got the autumn period of high school match number 6 winding down. Blue's going to take the autumn win.
No win point.
No one's got that win point. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like we have some sound now. Thank you to the folks upstairs. That dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, it's a real Vex hallmark. We're glad to have it with us. All right, early on in this match, we're seeing 663A on the Blue Alliance. They've got this long arm that they're using on their robot. Now, remember earlier I said your robot has to be touching this match load bar in order to take tri-balls in. Well, that could be any part of your robot, including a long arm. So they use that arm to touch the match load bar and intake these tri-balls from a more comfortable position. But they also use it to smack their opponents. It doesn't always do a whole lot, but it can get in the way of one of your opponent's functions of their robot if they have an arm trying to hit them over and over and over. So it can be an effective defensive maneuver as well. But Red Alliance, they don't seem too bothered by this. They're going right ahead and starting to launch those tri-balls. 40 seconds left in the match. An impressive lob angle that they have. It's going really high up, and that's giving them a consistent landing. And their alliance partner is right there to make the catches and try to get those tri-balls in the goal. But both of the robots on the other side of the field seem to be having issues with their drive. Let's say that Red Alliance 16859A trying to get that tri-ball under the goal. 10 seconds left. So winding down, Blue Alliance trying to get some extra points scored. Red Alliance trying to get more tri-balls under the goal. It was a close match.
Wait, that's actually a clever alternative.
So I made a comment earlier about football gloves, but not every team has football gloves. So what some folks are using is rubber bands on their fingers to get extra grip on these tri-balls. It's another example of Vex teams being really creative and thinking of solutions that us grown-ups could never. But these kids, they have such great imaginations, and in Vex, that helps them figure out the best possible solutions to their problems. Meanwhile, middle school match qualification number 9, and there's a lot of flinging going across the field right now. 663S, the Cheese Hat team, they call themselves Vegan Cheese. What they're going up against is a very defensively powerful team. 31110C has one of the biggest intakes that you've seen. It looks like something out of Star Wars. This massive intake allows them to really comfortably reach the balls from the match load zone. It can give them tri-balls that other teams can't get access to. Additionally, their sister team, their D team, has this massive plate on the front of their robot, and plates like that have proven so effective year after year after year for just pushing as much stuff as possible. At this point, a big shoving plate on your robot is almost a staple of a defensive team no matter what game you're playing. Red Alliance double zoned right now. That might not last too long. We're in the last 30 seconds. All right, Red is no longer double zoned. And Blue Alliance has done a great job scoring 18,000J. In particular, seems to be using those flapping arms to great effect just to knock those balls into the goal, even at weird angles. And that's going to be it for match 11. Or excuse me, that was match number 9 for the middle school. We got match number 7 coming up from the high school.
All right, so one of those baskets has 13, so we should count 11, okay? Thumbs, please, drivers. Ready.
All right, are we ready? We'll have autonomous.
I mean, you're blinking green.
Autonomous for match number 9 in 3, 2, 1, go. And Red Alliance is able to score all the way across the field.
Where's the other blue ball? So it looks like red wins autonomous, no wins.
And Red is going to take that Auton win.
I mean, I was like listening to
And we will have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Both robots, those robots of both alliances rather, catapulting match loads to the other side of the field as best as they can. And you're kind of seeing the difference that football gloves can make here. I don't know if those are football gloves or work gloves or something, but it looks like those gloves are kind of helping Blue Alliance 24816H be very consistent. We're seeing some double zoning here. Red Alliance is currently double zoned. Not anymore. Now this is where A is able to clamber back across that big barrier, the long barrier. That's something that we have seen today. A lot of effective robots are able to climb across that barrier in a pinch if you need to. Because while it is risky to double zone, sometimes you have to. And but if you do that, you want to be able to get out fast to prevent any D-scoring attempts. 663D on the Red Alliance, able to keep contributing tri-balls, throwing them across. We're in the last 30 seconds of this match. Blue Alliance, both of these blue robots are trying their best to get these tri-balls scored. Red Alliance, they think they have the advantage. They want to keep scoring. They want to see how many points they can get in this match just to make sure they get a dub. And that might be the most full goal I've seen so far today. A quick reminder to all those who want to record, we really encourage you to do so. We do have a live stream up on YouTube if you would like to use that. But if you do wish to record, we ask that you make sure the folks behind you can also see the matches. So as our scorekeepers are resetting these high school matches, let's have a look at what middle school has been up to. So we do have a few extra lunch vouchers available. Check with Donnie if you'd like to purchase one. That's this guy in the blue shirt. Meanwhile, we've got an exciting match going on here. Red Alliance, looks like they might be tangled a little bit in their goal. They got this pneumatic canister on top of their robot, and it's getting pulled a little bit, but they're free now to try and do some damage. The second half of this match. What you're seeing here, look at this pile up. Blue Alliance trying to get those tri-balls into their offensive zone. Red Alliance looks like they might be a little bit stuck inside that frame. That elevation bar and the short barrier combined to make a trap if you're not careful. We're in the last 30 seconds of this match. And that's the punching mechanism. We're gonna try to use that to score some extra points these closing seconds of the match. 57711H, they're one of the teams that have really pioneered this design so far this season. We'll see if it inspires other robots later on down the line, but look at this last second push from both teams, shoving each other, and Blue Alliance is able to push a ton of tri-balls across the middle despite Red's best efforts at defense. A really good bit of pushing and shoving there. Really getting down to the nuts and bolts, pun intended, of this robotics tournament. You see these matches just come down to whose robot has more power in the drive. And which drivers have the most confidence in their build. This Blue Alliance robot is just going to make sure its user program is running the way it's meant to be running. And sometimes the easiest way to do that is just to turn the robot off and turn it right back on again. It's the oldest trick in the book. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? All right, we're just waiting on Blue Alliance to make sure their robot's all hooked up.
Is it plugged in? Battery? Can we start the program? Oh, it's right.
Looks like that might have done it. All right, Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Ready, y'all?
All right. We will have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. That Blue Alliance Auton program, it's got a lot of steps to it. It's doing a lot of scoring. And 9364C might have just gotten a win point by themselves. So Blue wins the Auton and the Auton win point. And we are going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. We're seeing right now, it's becoming a very familiar sight. Two robots throwing the tri-balls as hard as they can across the field, over and over and over. And look at the chaos. Red Alliance is double zoned. Blue Alliance is now double zoned, and Red Alliance has fixed it. They're trying to play some defense. They're trying to score. Everyone's going everywhere. Red Alliance is shooting tri-balls across the field into their goal. Blue Alliance not too worried about the double zoning issue right now. They're undouble zoned as it is. And Blue Alliance made an early effort to get as many tri-balls as they could under that goal. Let's get paid off. 9364C seems to have an issue. That robot did so well earlier, and Red Alliance is currently double zoned. And it looks like a rubber band fell off of a robot. We'll see if that affects performance. There's your 30-second marker. That you hear over the speaker. That means 30 seconds are left in the match. And both blue robots are now up and running again. 96-4C almost getting caught. Blue is double zoned at the moment, so they got to be a bit careful. They're trying to get more tri-balls under their goal. Red Alliance doing the same. They're spitting them back and forth across the field. They're running back and forth. No one was relenting there. Everyone kept going. A hectic match, to say the least. It was exciting to watch. All right, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance gonna get a thumbs up from y'all. And eyewear on.
Be sure that you are match loading from this side, okay?
All right, looks like we're ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. It's a 9364D duck sauce. We saw them have a good bit of success earlier on today. This is a combination of big flaps and fast driving. Seems to be the only autonomous action so far. Red takes the Auton, and we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're underway, and we're already throwing tri-balls out of the field. Last year, there was a massive penalty for shooting stuff out of the field. This year, there's no rule against it at this point. And that's a good thing for Red Alliance, because they've now chucked 2 tri-balls out of the field already. The policy for that is our scorekeepers are going to try to put those tri-balls in the match load zone closest to where it went out. Now, Red Alliance is getting a lot of tri-balls on their side of the field, but it's Blue Alliance 2775Z that does the first bit of scoring in the goal in this match. They've got a very unique design. They're using old game elements to try to build a little frame. And the idea is to use that frame to really control the tri-ball. And it's working really well. They can get very, very consistent results pushing 1 tri-ball at a time. Question is, are they going to be able to fast? Oh, they tipped over after contact. I don't know if they'll be able to get up. Didn't look like they had any kind of lever. They were both going after a tri-ball. 30 seconds left in the match. And now it looks like 92715A is going to be all on their lonesome for the rest of this one. Up against 2 Red Alliance robots, but they could still make some plays. There's still time in the match, but they don't seem to be too mobile at the moment. They could have an issue. So Red Alliance might have this one all wrapped up with 5 seconds to go.
Ups and downs, right?
All right, we're on qualification number 16 for the middle school.
All right, we got driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're seeing a similar catapult strategy from these middle school teams. 16859C is firing these shots off, but it looks like they're getting their shots blocked a little bit by the post, and they adjust their positioning accordingly. They're trying to get these tri-balls across the barrier. It doesn't look like they've quite gotten enough power to do it consistently, though. Meanwhile, we've got a separate shoving match going on the other side of the field between two other robots. We've got 3111OD and 48953E. Now, this is a really unique robot design with a zip tie that they're using to push tri-balls, if I'm not mistaken. And from the score we're seeing so far, it looks like it's been effective. Uh-oh, those two robots are getting in each other's grill. Hopefully nobody flips. Both these robots look like they're built to expect contact, so hopefully there shouldn't be too much flipping back and forth. But they're going to make life hard for each other. Neither one of these robots has been doing too much damage because they've been fighting each other. And meanwhile, Red Alliance has been racking up some points in the goal with those tri-balls. There's a ton of fighting going on both sides of the field. 9364T has this massive claw. It's like a garage door that closes on the tri-ball, then tries to pull it around. Looks like it's doing a good job knocking those tri-balls into the goal. We got a head ref question. Those are always fun. So for those who may not know, any competitors on the drive team are always allowed to ask the head ref questions about the rules. The idea is not to get heavily punished necessarily. The idea is to understand the rules better, to understand the game better, and to design a robot that plays the game within the rules as best as you can. And so our head refs are actively helping the competitors understand the rules. It's not like any other sport.
Balls in this match. If everyone has enough here, we'll give it to that field. See this field right here? I would put it. I give it to. See those baskets? Well, yeah. Okay. See, give it to those two girls there.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, great. Give it to those. Yeah, give it to those two girls that are resetting the field.
We're getting ready to rock and roll with match 12 for the high school. On the Red Alliance in this match, we have 9364G and 16859D. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24816A and 663G. So while we wait for this match to start, we can speculate a bit here about what we might see from these robots based on their designs. Looks like both of these Blue Alliance robots kind of built themselves around grabbing those tri-balls, controlling those tri-balls, and getting them thrown across the field or placed precisely in the goals. And looking at these Red Alliance robots designs, you see something else in their strategy. You see kind of this low drive base, especially from 9364G. Looks like a defensive-oriented robot designed to really get in there, get its hands dirty if needed. All right, we have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. And Blue Alliance gets a tri-ball into the goal. Red Alliance tries to do the same, doesn't quite work out. It's going to be a Blue Alliance autonomous win. We'll have driver control and we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're seeing Red Alliance line their robot up in their preferred spot to launch these balls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots now have consistently been fired across the. That's the first one that hasn't. And it looks like they're. It looks like as they continue to shoot, they're getting a bit less consistent with their shots. That could be a result of the motor overheating. That has been an issue for some teams in years past. If you go too hard with the motor, you try to get it to do too much too early, it will overheat. It was a big issue last year with flywheels on your motor because you were really pushing the limits of the Vex hardware. Now it's something that teams might begin to experience again with these launching mechanisms. But Red Alliance so far, that hasn't looked like an issue. They're doing a really good job controlling those tri-balls. But it's Blue Alliance that seems willing to play some defense here. It's a battle of the G teams, 663 and 9364. Both of the G teams are playing defense here. They're pushing against each other. They're trying to control where the other robot goes. 30 seconds left in the match. They're going right up against each other. Neither one wants the other to do anything, and they seem content to just be each other's enemies at this point. But meanwhile, Red Alliance is doing a great job scoring points in that goal. That's been a really impressive mechanism from 16859D. That little claw that they have, they just grabs the tri-ball, folding up and down over and over and getting those balls scored. Those tri-balls are worth a lot more points when they're in a goal. Meanwhile, we got a middle school match that just started in the autumn period.
Sorry, but we have to keep going. The thing doesn't come out the middle. I tried already. All right, driver control. 3, 2, 1, go.
So we're starting match number 18 for the middle school, and already Red Alliance has a bit of an issue with one of their robots. Their controller, it looks like, might need to be reset. So they're gonna try to fidget with it as much as possible, try to reconnect before the end of this match to try to turn the tide. Blue Alliance getting out to an early lead by firing a ton of tri-balls. This is really good synergy between the two Blue Alliance robots. You've got 63S, this cheese hat team, throwing the tri-balls with ease across the field, and 58953D doing the dirty work, getting those tri-balls into the goal very consistently and with relative ease. But now the tables are going to turn because both Red Alliance robots are now activated. 1800A, they're going to try to start launching some tri-balls of their own. Their first shot didn't have enough power to get over. But now that 9364W is on the field with the Red Alliance, anything could happen. That robot's going to try to control some tri-balls, try to start racking up some points for Red Alliance. 40 seconds still left in the match. Anything could happen. The Blue Alliance, they want to make sure that they don't lose their early lead. 30 seconds left in the match, and they're continuing to add on the points. 63S has continued to knock those tri-balls over and over. They designed the front of their robot to be able to do this. I talked to them before this tournament. They said that was part of their design. Now Red is double zoned, trying to get anything they can. 1800A is doing a good job to get those tri-balls over onto the other side of the field, but it's been difficult to keep up with the competition. We'll see who wins that one. What we're seeing so far is it can be very, very important to have the ability to move a large volume of tri-balls across the field all at once. You want Qual 13 for the high school. Red has the Auton win. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And here comes the launching stage. It's like watching somebody play Angry Birds. You're just throwing them over and over. There's some defense being played there. 63E wants to hold Duck Sauce against that barrier as long as possible, but they can only do that for so long. Red is now double zoned. These are two sister teams. Surely they know what they're doing. Two 9-3-6-4 teams in this match. It's always interesting when you see two sister teams battle each other. Oh, looks like someone's battery is out. "30 seconds left in the match, and two of these robots, these two sister team robots, are disabled. So these two Brentwood Academy robots have seemed to wedge themselves against each other in the corner, and now it's between 57711C on the Blue Alliance, who's done a fantastic job controlling tri-balls, and 663E, who's been a speed demon so far this match. Who's going to turn out to have more tri-balls at the end? Well, both alliances want it bad. Blue Alliance is double zoned. Red Alliance sees that. They're going to try to de-score here at the end. Will they be able to get in there with enough time? They're trying. So Red Alliance recognized that Blue Alliance was double zoned. They try to de-score at the end. Good heads-up driving. And our head referee has ruled that these two robots getting wedged in the corner is incidental contact. There's no penalty, there's no disqualification, it's just incidental. We treat it as normal match gameplay. So our head ref is explaining once again, sometimes when you go and you compete with robots, your robots are going to get stuck on each other. And that's just going to be the way that it is. It's incidental contact, just part of the sport. And this year, more than any other year that I've seen, incidental contact is just allowed to happen. And sometimes your robot gets flipped over, sometimes you get stuck, and that's part of how the game goes. Now I'm here ahead of match 14 in the high school. I'm over here with the Red Alliance. Red Alliance, what's your strategy heading into this match? I'll repeat the question. What's your strategy heading into this match?
Just try to be a subtle distraction.
All right, you heard it here first. Anything you want to add to that?
What did you say?
What's your strategy heading into this match?
Well, hopefully, I guess we can win, but we'll see.
Hopefully we can win. Wise words from the Red Alliance ahead of this match. Blue Alliance, anything to say in response to that? What's your strategy ahead of this match?
Our strategy: score as many under the net as possible and bully when necessary.
All right, score when you can, bully if you must. Anything you want to add to that?
I think the goal is basically just get as many under the net as we can.
All right, sounds like Blue Alliance really wants to be scoring those try balls in the net. So Red Alliance has a strategy of win. Blue Alliance has a strategy of score points. We'll see which of these strategies is going to prove the most effective. So our head ref is still doing some explaining. Meanwhile, in the middle school, these middle school teams are getting really physical with their robots. You love to see it. Love to see the confidence the drivers have in their robots to not break and to be able to handle the robots really, really well. I'm noticing, especially from these middle school teams, they really like to get in each other's faces a bit more than the high schoolers. The high schoolers will sometimes try to keep it clean. These middle schoolers have no aversion whatsoever to good physical robot contact, and I love it. It really puts these robots to the test. The build quality of a middle school robot becomes so important in these games. This one's looking like a close match. Five seconds left to this middle school match. That'll do it. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, we will have autonomous for match 14 in 3, 2, 1, go. Red Alliance tries to get a try ball under the goal. And at the last second of auto, they get another one in. Some very fast last second movement. Red gets the Auton win. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And 663C, they got that catapult. They want to be consistently nailing these shots across the field. They're throwing these line drive shots. They really want to be focusing their attention on this corner of the field, it looks like. They've had time to perfect where they want to shoot these. Meanwhile, 9364F, they seem to want to get these try balls a bit closer and try to put them in a spot where they themselves can go and immediately push them into the goal. And that seems to be working, not facing a whole lot of defensive resistance. The problem is that their alliance partner is on the same side of the field as they are right now, and Blue Alliance, they got whoa, that was almost a tip there, and Blue Alliance has started to rack up some points. No one to guard them. It's dangerous to leave a good robot unguarded. And 24816H has looked a pretty consistent machine today. They've been very good at just doing the same thing over and over. That's how you score points in this game. Looks like the throwing try balls stage of the match might have passed. The idea now seems to be play defense. We're in the last 30 seconds of the match. You can elevate if you want to. That hasn't been the focus of any of these robot strategies so far. Some good back and forth fighting going on. These are low to the ground robots. They kind of want to be able to move their opponent if they need to. This looks like such an even match in the last 5 seconds. Will anyone get final points here? Blue Alliance tries to. Red Alliance moves a ton of tri-balls across the board at the end. Good pushes at the end of that match. We'll see if that sways the score. And so, as promised, Blue Alliance did focus on scoring in the goal. We'll see if that turns out to be more effective than the Red Alliance strategy of winning. We'll see which of those strategies was better at what. Lunchtime, when is that? This is Noah, I'm the MC. Just wondering what I can tell the folks about lunchtime. Do you know when you're going to do lunch? Do you know when our lunchtime is planned? Okay, are we sticking to the original lunchtime of noon? I think that's supposed to be folded down, if I'm not mistaken. Lunchtime.
Lunch should be 12. Let me confirm that with Donnie. I'll radio back. I just couldn't hear you, sorry. Try to maybe make sure the points. Can I ask you a question? They're a little touchy. It might get better. That's next time.
It's working. It's working so far. What? It's working so far. This does get tangled in my hair.
Oh, so far.
Yeah. So while we're getting connected on this field, our middle scores seem to be way ahead of the high scores. Middle school just started auto for match 21. High scores still, I believe, on match 15. So great job to these middle school teams.
We're going to keep running matches until 12:15, or if they get to where they were supposed to be at 12. So we're going to try to catch up a little bit. So just tell people we're going to run till 12:15. Lunch is 12:15 to 1.
All right, folks, I have an announcement that I'm sure you will all be interested in. We're going to take our lunch break at 12:15. Our lunch break is going to be at 12:15. We're going to go till 1 o'clock, and we'll resume our matches. And we'll have autonomous 3, 2, 1, go. This is match 15 in the high school. This is 9364C on the Blue Alliance. They've done win points themselves today already. They may have got another one. Now, to clarify what a win point means, it helps you in the standings. It doesn't help your score in the match. It's an extra standings point. It's like getting an extra half a win, and it's really valuable. So 9364C, they're a high-level team. They've been focusing, I'm sure, on this Auton win point. Blue is going to take the Auton win and the Auton win point. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Now the 64C is setting up for their launching position. Look at the consistency of that launcher over and over. It's knocking him in, but Red Alliance, they are not to be outdone here. 92754A has a very good intake design for controlling a tri-ball that's on the ground. And Rocky should never be counted out from any match he's in, both in the films and in Vex. That's 57711X. Such a nice robot design. Really good, it seems, at controlling the direction of these tri-balls, and there's a shoving match going on now. These two big-time robots in this match are just fighting over control of these tri-balls. They're shoving each other back and forth. Neither side wants to yield. Eventually, Rocky will let 964C go, but Blue Alliance is double zoned, so they have to be careful here, because Red Alliance could descore while Blue is double zoned. Red is trying to do that. Rocky's trying to get those tri-balls out of the blue goal while Red is double zoned, and Red is no longer Blue is no longer double zoned. The double zoning is over. The opportunity to descore is gone. And there's another shoving match between Rocky and 964C. Meanwhile, these other two robots in this match are also fighting on the ground, back and forth. That's 964G, the sister team, their alliance partner. And it looks like 964C has tried to elevate. They're trying to hang themselves on this bar at the end of the match, and that can get you some extra points. We're going to check to see if they've actually managed to hang there. A great match from both sides, a lot of pushing and a lot of shoving. But this could be our first elevation of the day if they have pulled it off. Meanwhile, in a middle school match, 57711N, we're using that roller design just not necessarily as a way to launch the tri-balls, but as a way to get them into the field quickly and consistently. Look at this, you're going to use the back of their robot to drive those tri-balls along basically a pre-planned route. You can bet they practice this over and over, trying to consistently put the tri-balls where they want them in the goal. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, 1800H, those big intakes are so good at grabbing a tri-ball. The idea is to be able to stick that tri-ball exactly where you want it, get a lot of grip on the surface of the scoring object. Those tri-balls are hard to control, so having a big intake can really help you get one ball at a time. Just make sure that that ball is going where you want it. Red is currently double zoned, so they'll need to be careful. They're leaving Blue's goal unguarded, and they could get descored. But right now it seems to be paying off. They're getting a few consistent scores in, and now Blue is double zoned because they're going to come over there and try to descore. 936, where they're looking for a way to get underneath that goal. Instead, they're just going to grab those tri-balls and try to put them under their own goal, trying to score for themselves rather than descore their opponent. It's a close focus on scoring in this match. Both alliances really trying to get those tri-balls where they want them. And the focus was on getting those tri-balls not just on the other side of the field, but in the goal. You've seen some alliances today be content to just get the tri-balls on one side of the field. In that match, both alliances wanted to score them in the goal specifically. It's harder to do, but it gets you more points. We're ready for autonomous in Qual 16 in 3, 2, 1, go. It's like 3 of the 4 robots had a ball to score, a tri-ball rather. Our ref is going to see who scored what. It's going to be a Red Alliance Auton win. We'll have driver control. 3, 2, 1, go. And already a rubber band flew out of the field. We'll see if that hinders any robot performance. And we're seeing 19589A again. That's that Clawbot. Now usually Clawbots are a starter. Look at that. Look at the defense that they're able to play. They're blocking the shots of their opponent, 248, 160, and they're shoving their opponent onto the match load bar. They do not want their opponent to be able to score at all. And look at this, they're forcing their opponent to take suboptimal shots. This defense is really shutting down their opponent, and it gives them a chance to really look at the field, find a next opportunity to score. But on the other side of the field, Blue Alliance is picking up the try balls that are already there and then getting them into the goal one at a time. Consistency is king in this game. Red Alliance being reminded you've got to be careful about the way you reach into the field. At this point, they're just trying to dump these try balls into the field any way they can. And Red Alliance is briefly double zoned. Sorry, Blue Alliance is briefly double zoned. Red Alliance, they're not double zoned at the moment. They are now, though. A little bit of double zoning going on at the end could be an opportunity for someone to do some descoring. But good defense from Red Alliance. They're protecting their goal from getting descored even in a double zone period. Blue Alliance is right there at the end. That's the second time today 248-160 has been in a situation where their opponent seems to have more points and they go for some descoring at the end during a double zone period. Heads up driving clearly can get you some extra points and maybe even some extra match wins in this game. How's it been?
I mean, we're ahead of high school apparently. Yeah, because they're having to do the hangs and everything, I bet. Slowing everything down. There's only one hang. Well then, I don't know. We're doing good, we're doing good.
We're doing good. I have
Makes it a little easier to...
So we've got an Auton in the middle school. Middle school match number 23. Middle school has been doing a great job getting these matches in. Not a whole lot of Auton action. In the immediate move in the middle school match for 18,000B, get a try ball into your goal. What we've seen in a lot of middle school matches is there's so much defense that even a few scored try balls anywhere on the field can make a big difference. So getting that done early could prove to be a really good strategy for these teams. And now there's these two robots, similar designs, going face to face, really pushing into each other as much as they can. And it looks like one robot's already flipped over. That's happened several times today. These robots are just fighting each other so much they end up flipping over. This robot looks like it might be able to get itself upright. They're trying, and their opponent is trying to help them up. It's very kind of them, but 30 seconds left in the match. And Red Alliance is currently fighting, but they're down 2-1 in this match. But 663J staying cool, calm, and collected, rolling around, scoring the points that they can control, and that could give them a match win. And their alliance partner flips himself back over in the nick of time to maybe have an impact, but they get flipped over again. Our head ref will have something to say about that one. Headed over to the high school. Got qualification match number 17. So it looks very, very close. Our referee is going to do a paper test to see if that robot's touching the tri-ball. And Red Alliance, for asking the question, wins the autonomous period. We're going to have driver control. 3, 2, 1, go. So what happened there, Red Alliance thought that they won the autonomous period. The initial ruling was that they didn't. But they asked the question to the head ref. They took the initiative to do it, and for their efforts, they got the Auton win. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Blue Alliance may have lost Auton, but they've got some firepower. So if any team has not been interviewed by the judges, your next move should be to head over to the interview room before lunch. Remember, lunch starts in 40 minutes at 12:15. You've got plenty of time to make it over there. But it's very important that every team gets interviewed. So once again, if you have not been interviewed, you should head that way to the judges' room. In the meantime, we have a lot of action here in this match. Blue Alliance is double zone, but 63D is getting pushed around by their sister team, 63B, showing no mercy whatsoever to their sister team, and that's exactly what you want to see, that friendly competition. It's just great. And 63A using a really unique strategy here, using the side of the robot to put the tri-balls where they want them, and then putting those tri-balls using the front of the robot, not the side of it, in their goal as best they can. It's been a pushy and shoving match. There's been a lot of side flap usage. 63D tries to get over the barrier at the end. It's close. Who's going to get the last say? Looks like 63B was dragging a motor for some of that game. That'll hinder your performance. You want qualification match number 18. Number 18. Red Alliance. Looks like they're still getting their tri-balls counted up. It's important that each team has the right number of tri-balls to start off. All right, Red Alliance is ready. Blue Alliance. We're just sorting out a few details of the scoring. It's important to get this right. Let's do some interviews. Red Alliance, what is your strategy headed into this match? Would anyone like to comment on your match strategy ahead of this match?
I can't hear you. Win.
Win. All right, that's a great quote.
Angela, I'm gonna need you.
All right, ready for autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. No one's got the win point. Blue does win the autonomous. Blue wins autonomous, no win point. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. We're seeing Red Alliance try to launch these tri-balls as high as they can, but they have a slight issue. They've got a tri-ball now wedged inside their robot. And 663C, whose strategy so far today has been launch those tri-balls, could have a problem because that tri-ball in their robot might block their catapult. And so you're seeing them instead resort to the alternative strategy, which is just push stuff around as much as you can. But Blue Alliance seems to have a big head start. 96-4A has been very good at that so far today, but they're double zoned. But Red Alliance could have a chance now to start catching up. They got that tri-ball out of their robot, and they're throwing tri-balls across the field now. It looks like 96-4A, they're having a hard time getting over this hump, but they are able to block a shot or two. And these robots just being on the perimeter have made it hard to get these shots across for 663C. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 16859D, has been doing a good job with the tri-balls that they've had. But one really important factor is the connection between your two robots. Can the robot on one side of the field get the tri-balls to your ally who can then push the balls into the goal? And when one of those robots has an issue, you're going to suffer in the scoring. Blue Alliance hasn't had any sort of the issue like it. Rocky's been very, very good so far today at getting those tri-balls across the big barrier for their alliance partner to score. And 9364A has had no trouble scoring from what we've seen so far. 5 seconds left in the match. It's been a good offensive display from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has done their best to play defense. So another reminder, we have 35 minutes before lunch, and if you have not been interviewed, you should go and get interviewed as soon as possible. So while our head rep sorts out some details, the previous high school match, middle school seems to be in a similar situation. But we're about to start match 25 in the middle school. Middle school has been moving right along.
Autonomous begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
And Red Alliance managed to get something in Auton. But the Auton is going to go to the blue team because Red Alliance entered the goal during Auton. And so we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
Go, go, go. 3, 2, 1, go. He didn't hear you. That's so sad. I think he's been looking at me.
All right, so a quick note for all of our fans here today. Thank you so much for coming out and supporting all of our Vex competitors. I can say as a former Vex competitor, it means a lot to have this show of support. I do want to say one thing. Please refrain from going upstairs unless you're working with the tech crew. We want to give them as much space as possible. And again, thank you so much for coming out to support these guys. Speaking of which, in this middle school match, there's a big cluster of tri-balls just kind of sitting on the side waiting for someone to push it, and that's what both alliances are trying to do. That's a game-changing amount of points. Right now, it's on the blue side of the field. Red Alliance is trying to get it into the red goal, which is on the blue side of the field. So both alliances have a different idea for this big cluster of tri-balls. And Red Alliance, they've managed to squeeze some balls past that blue defense. And they're going for goal. Blue Alliance as well, not one to give up without a fight. 3-1-1-1-0F is trying to shove some tri-balls of their own into that goal. They've got that bent piece of C channel on their robot that looks pretty effective for doing just that. There's a big shoving match going on in Red Alliance. As this match dies down, they're starting to break through, starting to score some points in that goal. That could really have swung it at the end there. They did a great job breaking through that blue defense that stood up for so long. We'll see if they manage to get enough tri-balls in that goal.
So just a quick announcement for everyone. It's the last call for lunch vouchers. If you need one, find me right over by the door. Otherwise, you're on your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Donnie. All right, we're gearing up for match 20. You'll have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. We're having a bit of a technical question mark over here. So we're going to let some folks sort that out for us. In the meantime, let's have a...
Hey, it says active. It says active.
All right, in the meantime, we're going to have an interview with our Blue Alliance. All right, folks, what is your strategy heading into this match?
Score lots of try balls in the logo.
Wise words, wise words. Anything to add to that?
Match 19 is.
That's where 19 is apparently.
What's going on?
So we might be on a different field for the match than we thought we were.
What's that?
It's just a match we're doing.
Yes, I was off. I was over there for 2 hours.
So we're on match 19.
Alright guys, we're ready. Everyone's got goggles. You need to be on that side of the front.
We are starting Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. 3 of the 4 alliances go for some points. 663A, they've been working on that code all day. Didn't quite get them the Auton win point they were going for. We'll see if they did get the Auton win. All right, driver control in 3, 2, 1, go, and that was an Auton tie. Already you're seeing 2, 4, 8, 1, 6T fire over and over across the field. That's the stage of the match that we're in. And it's so important to get those shots across the field to the other side where your alliance partner can start to move them in. But 663A has other ideas. They want to play defense. They want to take those try balls that are being launched across the field and score them in the red goal, where they're worth a lot more points. It's going to be a big game here. We got some highly ranked robots in this tournament. We have 2, 4, 8, 1, 6H on the other side executing a similar strategy to their sister team, throwing those try balls across. It's 9364G trying to play defense. A lot of the robots here have some similar designs, and they're playing so physical. Red is double zone. Red is currently double zone, and like clockwork, 2, 4, 8, 1, 6T tries to de-score, but then they get themselves back in the correct zone. Red undouble zones themselves. They get back to being where they're supposed to be, and that opportunity to de-score is gone in a flash. Ten seconds left in the match. It looks so close this game. Red is double zoned for a bit. Blue is trying to score some final points. 964G looking for a final chance to score something. That's going to be a really close match to tally. The back and forth shoving, those flaps on the sides of the robots looking so critical for scoring, for knocking the try balls over the central, over the long barrier. All right, we have match number 20. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Sorry for the wait, y'all. We're going to have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, both alliances trying to score in their goal. Blue Alliance looks like they might be trying to go for the win point, but they get caught on that barrier and they're not quite able to do it. It's going to be a blue Auton win at the last second. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
You might want to tell Ben that because I think he may be making different calls in middle school. Ben was making different calls in middle school. You might want to communicate at once.
15 seconds into the match, and already we're in a defensive situation. 16859D is trying to shoot across the field, but they just don't quite have the power that they want to get over the ledge. But the good news is they're not throwing them too far into their opponent's zone, which is where it can be kind of hard to get out. So if you put a ball in the corner of the opponent's offensive zone, it's going to be hard to remove. But if you just kind of leave it in the middle of the field, anyone can kind of grab it. Blue is double zoned. Red Alliance taking the chance to do some scoring. We'll see if they do some D-scoring. Could be a bit early in the match for that, but there's only 40 seconds left. The time has really run down. Blue has sent themselves flying into Red's goal. You're not allowed to be doing that. "30 seconds left. Elevation is protected if anyone wants to go for it." We've only seen it happen. We've only seen one real attempt today so far. I don't believe it was successful. It's proven difficult to do this early in the season. This is after all, the first tournament of the season in Tennessee. So all these robots are new. These are the teams trying out their design for the first time, seeing what works. Red Alliance trying to throw some tri balls across the field in the last seconds of this match. Blue Alliance trying to play defense, trying to block the shot. Trying to get the hurry up on these games. 20 minutes until we break for lunch.
We'll get it in a minute. Go reset. Go reset.
Look at all these red robots.
We're seeing a big fight at the end of this middle school match between these two red robots. You see, looks like someone's lost license plates. Blue Alliance is doing some scoring here. Red is trying to catch up. All right, so we're setting it for match number 21. Let's do another pregame interview. These have been going great so far. So 2775 on the Red Alliance. What is your strategy going into this match?
Red Alliance.
What?
What's your strategy?
Win.
What's your strategy?
Win.
Win. That's been a common theme today. A lot of teams want to win. Who knew? Blue Alliance, what is your strategy headed into this match?
We will be shooting the balls across the field and scoring them.
Shooting the balls across the field. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. One team wants to win, the other wants to score.
drive forward.
All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? So while we wait on our head ref, let me ask Blue Alliance real quick. Tell me a bit about your robot design.
So the robot design, we got a match loading kicker. So we just set the tri-balls right there and it shoots them over, and then we got our intake.
All right. Very insightful look into what makes this Blue Alliance robot tick. All right, 9364C, we're waiting on a head ref. All right, I got a question for y'all real quick. You got the name Katie Ann on the side of your robot. Who is Katie Ann?
A former coach.
Our former coach. It's a very touching tribute to put your former coach's name on a robot. So while we're asking people about the designs of their robots, 277, oh, we're about to start. All right. If everyone's still ready, let's have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. There's a grinding noise coming from 24816A. So there's a bit of dispute going on about what happened during the auton. Blue Alliance is trying to say that the only reason their opponent scored that tri-ball in auton was because they had lifted the net. Our head ref is going to decide if there's any credibility to that claim, and if so, what we need to do next. Quick reminder to all teams, you have not been interviewed yet. You should go get interviewed. So the initial ruling is that red has won auton. Blue is going to ask the ref about that. They're going to contest that ruling. This is something you're allowed to do. If you have a question about a ruling that's happened, you are welcome to ask the head ref any question you may have. The idea is to understand the rules better, not just enforce them. So the ruling on the field stands. Red wins the Auton bonus. Nobody gets to win point. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance, that ruling during Auton didn't quite get what they were hoping for, so they're going to have to make up for it in driver control, and they are already getting those tri-balls in position. There's a red robot trying to get as many tri-balls as possible in the goal, and look how many tri-balls are already on the field. That's almost every tri-ball that can be on the field is on the field in the first 30 seconds of gameplay. These loading robots are so good at launching the tri-balls, and it looks like most of them are on the side of the Blue Alliance right now. Red is double zoned though, so they could get descored. They're on the Blue Alliance side of the field, but that gives Red an opportunity to score them in their goal. The red goal is on the blue side of the field. And what that means is that if you throw a ball to the other side of the field, it'll land in your opponent's zone. What you're hoping is that your alliance partner can get that ball in your goal. And if that happens, then that's points for you and not your opponent. But it does require some careful teamwork, and both alliances are executing that to a T right now. Red Alliance is currently double zoned, but Blue Alliance is stuck. They got some kind of issue, and now Red Alliance is no longer double zoned. Blue Alliance is trying to free their alliance partner by ramming them out from that wedge position. 10 seconds up to the match, and now 364C is going to elevate their robot. Look at this. They're trying to elevate on this bar. 3 seconds left. Can they hold it there? So Red Alliance is being reminded you have to have your license plate on your robot at all times. So that license plate is how we identify whose robot is who during a match. It's how our head ref can make fair decisions in the heat of the moment. There's a ton of stuff going on. It's important to know whose robot is whose. Meanwhile, in the middle school, there's a lot of balls being shoved across the field right now. That's Blue Alliance showing them into red territory, so clearly hoping that in the remaining seconds of this match, their alliance partner or themselves can get those balls in the goal. Red Alliance, though, 18,000C has been playing some really big defense. They're not letting this blue robot make any progress at all. And it's just a shoving match over and over and over. They're pushing each other back and forth. Who's going to end the match with more tri-balls on their side of the field? Blue finally gets some tri-balls into the goal. That could be enormous for their score. And they get one more at the very end. Moving on back on over to the high school. We just had Auton in match number 22. So Red will win the Auton. Some really close calls happening here. And a reminder, we do have lunch coming up in about 5 minutes now. We are ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. And 63D, that rapid fire launcher. It's firing a lot of line drives, kind of these low shot angles. and their sister team is going to block it. 663G puts up that big arm and blocks 663G's shots, and now, and that's one way that 663G has been successful today. They forced their opponents to play that they would have, oh, look at that. 663G knocks over their sister team, 663G. That may have been incidental, though. They were both shoving each other. Our head ref is telling 663EG to help their opponent up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, 57711C, they got that little knocking mechanism, trying to get as many of these tri-balls across the field as possible for 663G to feed into the goal. A battery's out. 663G has lost the battery from their robot. That robot's not going to do anything for the rest of the match. The battery's just sitting there. 30 seconds left in the match, and there's only 2 robots that can do anything. One on each alliance. For the red alliance is 57711C. For the blue alliance, it is 92715A. Both of these robots will be trying to get as many tri-balls as they can into the goals in the 15 seconds they have left in this match. It's a close one, though. Blue alliance doing a good job getting those tri-balls where they want them in these closing stages. Red alliance trying to squeeze some in as well.
Did you tell Ben about that ruling? You're going to see him before I do.
Okay, should I tell him?
The red tri-balls count no matter where they're at.
No, what he was saying is that it was going into the... What he was saying, I think, is that because if you go into the goal during Aton, there's like a rule. I would clarify with him.
He's right, because I was wrong about that. Going into the goal meant they lost it. I was able to fix that.
Okay, cool. That contact, so...
Real incidental. It happened really fast. There wasn't a lot of time to score. Yeah, I feel like it was mostly incidental. They were okay with it.
You're not on the field. You're not. People are unfilled, skewed. We're going to finish those matches, and then we're stopping for lunch. So.
All right. Lunch begins in 5 minutes. We are not going to queue up any more matches before lunch. So if you are not currently queued up on the field, you are not going to play a game before lunch, and you can go ahead and get some lunch. And we're going to start matches back up at 1 o'clock. We got 45 minutes for lunch. We start our matches back up at 1 o'clock. We got Aton for call number 23 in the high school. We're getting going. So it's like neither red robot moved, which can be an indication of a technical failure, which would have us replay the Aton. Not a huge problem. It could also just be that neither Aton was set up to work properly.
the ones who were pursuing you, right? They were the ones who were trying to guard you, and you took over. That's the only argument I see. But it was incidental. You were like literally running into them.
All right, I'm gonna go.
There's no.
She was like, well, I'm not sure. I was like, I'm fine with that call.
There's no quantifiable fault there.
All right, ready for Auton. And on match 23, we're going to try this again. So that'll be a Blue Alliance Auton win. No win point. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So it's like both Red Alliance robots do have control of their control in the driver control period. And this is the last match we'll play in the high school before lunch. And 9364E is doing a good job with those shots, catapulting them more or less exactly where they want them to go. Except that they're not quite going as far as they have been earlier today and that we've seen from some teams. So some teams have been trying to get those shots over the field. They have a different strategy. 9364E, the Energy Vampire, has a unique strategy where they don't try to shoot it over. They try to shoot it just shy. So they'll try to put it right in front of the long barrier, and then they themselves will run into that big pile of tri-balls that they've made and knock it over. And they think that's a bit more consistent, perhaps, than the alternative. Blue Alliance is currently double zoned. And as a result, Red Alliance has been scoring ad nauseum with pretty much no resistance, but now Red Alliance is double zoned as well. Red Alliance looks like they're trying to rescue their teammate there. They're trying to get their teammate off this barrier. 30 seconds left in the match. And Blue Alliance is back to these match loads. The catapult's firing. 20 seconds left. That red robot is still stuck. And now it's a battle of who can keep the tri-balls in which zone. And that'll do it for the matches we have before lunch. We will resume matches at 1 o'clock. We will resume the matches at 1 o'clock. That is 45 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
Test. Excuse me, is there a Chad Marsh here in the gymnasium? Chad Marsh? Does anyone know Chad? Okay.
All right, teams, I hope you had a good lunch. We want to get our matches started for the afternoon here in just a few minutes. In fact, we'd like to get started in about 2 minutes' time if possible. So if you're in these next matches, please make your way over to the fields and start setting up your robots. All right, teams, if you are in qualification match number 24 or 25,
Are those correct? Are those the correct? We did 25 class.
correction, if you are in match 26 or 27, please go to the queuing table immediately. Please go to the queuing table immediately. We want to get these matches started. All right, correction, we are on match 24. If you were in match 24, please head over to the field, head over to queuing. Get moving this way so we can start our matches.
Noel, did you have a question? No, I did. Oh, what was it? It was just, are we supposed to go to the queuing table? That's right.
All right, we need teams 57711C, 57711X. You are in match 24 on the Red Alliance. 663B and 24816H. You are in that same match on the Blue Alliance. That's match 24. Head over to the field so we can get going. And while we're at it, if you are in match 25, head on over to the field and get set up. Match 25. Teams, we will not be waiting on you. We will not be waiting on you. Head over to queuing if you're in match 25.
Get on the field.
If you're in match 25, get on the field. If you're in match 24, you should already be on the field. If you're in match 26 or 27, go ahead and get queued up. And we would encourage all teams to take a good close look at your schedule. All right, we are ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Red Alliance looks like they had an Auton that's going to try to get the win point. Blues won the Auton, but if they can get the Auton win point, they can walk away with something here. Hold on, we may have a correction. All right, so it turns out Red actually wins Auton, and they get the win point. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance, they, fresh off of that Auton loss, is already firing shots across the field. They want to get those balls across the field as quick as possible. And 663B is blocking shot after shot already. Rocky has been trying to fire those try balls across the field, but that defensive mechanism from 663B is proving very effective. And Rocky is stuck. 57711X is wedged, it seems, on that long barrier. And that's going to be a big opportunity for the Blue Alliance to start racking up some points. There's the handoff. It's a good play. 2-4-8-1-6H. They just pushed a big bunch of try balls over, and then 663B, their alliance partner, is going to head over and score those points. They may be able to repeat the process, but now it looks like there might be some entangling going on here between Rocky and 663B. Meanwhile, Rocky's sister team, 57711C, is doing a ton of scoring for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance might have had some problems earlier, but they are making up for it in spades in this final section of the match. Both of those teams seem pretty equally unable to score. Blue is double zoning right now. 8 seconds left in the match. It's all going to come down to these final few try ball pushes. Blue gets 1, blue gets 2. One of them comes out. That's going to be a close match. We'll get it all scored up. Match 25, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. So a couple of attempts are made in Auton. 9364D, Duck Sauce. Another team's got the win point. We got driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So neither team won that Auton. They both committed a violation. 663D is trying to get those shots across. So is 241. Sorry, 24816T. There's a lot of shots being fired now. But 663C is going to play some defense. That's something that we've seen a lot of teams start doing today. if they have a tall mechanism that they can reach up and use to block their opponent's shots, they will do that. We've seen that consistently. Oh no, we could have a tangle here. 663C and 663D are stuck on each other. They are brawling. Okay, and they're free now. On the other side of the field, 9364D, Duck Sauce, they've been one of the most consistent scorers in this tournament so far. For now, though, they seem content to play some defense. Now they're going to try for some points. But 24816T has been a really strong defensive presence so far. Really good at controlling the position in those tri-balls. Red is currently double zoned. Blue is also currently double. Nope, never mind. Blue is fine. Blue is just going to keep scoring some points. 663D is managing to get just enough tri-balls over that line for Duck Sauce to continue to feed those balls right in the goal. We're going to try to score that match as fast as we can. All right, we'll have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Red's going to take the Auton win. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Nine through 6 4 hitting a really consistent shot where the ball bounces over the rail. And they're just kind of filling up their opponent's territory with those tri balls. And then they're gonna use that wedge on the front to hit a big shove. And early on in this match, it looks like Blue Alliance is double zoning. 663E is almost alone on their side of the field to score as many tri balls as they can. But Blue Alliance, they got 16859D trying to do some scoring itself. There's a lot of robots now clattering across that barrier. And 9364 looks stuck. 9364B might be stuck here. They've run into this low bar, this elevation bar, but it looks like they might not be able to get free. Their alliance partner is going to try to ram them out from underneath there, but they could be stuck too much. Red Alliance is double zone right now, but their opponents really only have one robot on the field. There's some pushing and shoving. Blue Alliance's other robot almost gets knocked over. Red Alliance is looking for a few extra tri balls right at the end to really lock down the win. Blue Alliance wants to avoid letting their opponents get too far ahead. A close game there. Blue Alliance struggling there at the end, but they had a really powerful start. We'll see if that leaves them with a match win. And we are going to start match 27 once the field is reset. So y'all have a pretty small amount of time to get over here and set up on the field. We are still missing 663A. 663A. So we're seeing Blue Alliance negotiate amongst themselves to figure out which robot should be going where. And the questions they'll be asking is, okay, which one of our robots is best at launching the balls? Which one of our robots is best at getting those balls in the goal? This is a really important piece of communication to have between teams. Making a quick little field repair here. Oh, Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Seeing some action from 3 of the 4 robots on the field right now. There's more action going on. 663A makes contact with that elevation bar. Blue takes the Auton win. And Blue gets the win point as well. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So once again, we're seeing 663A carefully loading those tri-balls where they want them. But their opponents in the action now as well. 16859B. They got that smaller little robot, but it's really good at playing defense. It's a low to the ground robot, which means it can really shove an opponent if it needs to. Even if your robot can't do a whole lot of scoring, you can have a massive impact for your team if you stop your opponent from scoring. And that's exactly what Red Alliance was doing at the start of this game. But now it's going to try to score itself, and Blue Alliance has already started putting some points in the goal. 24816A. Racking up points for the Blue Alliance, getting so many tri-balls in the goal. 663A has been giving them access to just enough tri-balls, and Red Alliance has been doing a good job too, but neither of the robots in the Red Alliance have been launching quite as many balls. Now Blue Alliance, it was briefly double zones, so they had to get out. And now 663A is going to play some defense. 92715A is going to start taking some tri-balls as well. They're going to try to launch them at the end there. Red Alliance trying to make a big play at the end, but Blue Alliance did a really good job that whole match. Moving on to qualification match number 28. We need eye protection, everybody. We're going to do Auton in 3, 2, 1. Okay, reset the Auton. Somebody wasn't ready. All right, my bad. I thought we had everybody ready.
Why did that happen?
Hey, wait. Showing the different numbers.
So we're deciding what kind of match control protocol to use here. It's kind of an important decision. Two, one, go. We're in Auton. So the Red Alliance Auton win, and we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Already a lot of shots being fired. 19589A, that claw robot also has a powerful catapult. And it's firing those shots directly across the field into the opposite corner where its alliance partner is waiting to push them in. Red Alliance is double zoned at the moment. 663G looks like it's stuck. All right, Red is no longer double zoned, but 663G is still as stuck as they've been. Now Blue Alliance is double zoned, and so is Red. Everybody is double zoned. Descoring is a factor now. All right, now Red is alone with their goal and some tri-balls. We'll see how many points they can rack up. Blue Alliance, they're double zoned right now. They don't seem to mind. Remember, it is risky to double zone because it allows your opponent to descore. But if you do a good enough job of scoring, you can make up for it. And Blue Alliance doing a really good job trading out those robots at the right times. But Red Alliance is fighting single-handed here. 9364A, and they block a shot as well with their robot. Crazy good driving out of what's currently a solo Red robot. They're trying to defend against two opponents at once. That is not easy. And they're managing to get tri-balls scored. This has been an impressive performance, and now 663G has showed up at the end to spin around a bit. It was a really impressive performance from Red Alliance, 1 versus 2. Blue Alliance still did a great job to just rack up those tri-balls, but a good showing all around.
We found some more resetters that magically appeared out of nowhere.
And at the end of a middle school match, we're just showing up and there's a robot on its back. There's 2 robots on their back. Looks like Blue Alliance has been doing the best they can to rack up points early in this match because both of their robots were on their back, yet they still seem to have plenty of tri-balls to spare. So we will start this match as soon as the field is reset. That does not give these teams a lot of time. All right, Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, an eventful autumn. We're going to check to see if anybody's got a win point. This is a very detailed process to figure out who won the autumn. And red wins the autumn. Nobody gets the win point, but red wins the autumn. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And immediately Blue Alliance tries to move over, and they are double zone early. Looks like Duck Sauce just wants to start controlling some tri-balls and spitting them out on their own side of the field. 9364C is pretty much alone on the blue side of the field, launching those balls across it. Looks like Red Alliance is having a bit of an issue with one of those robots just not moving too far. So we're seeing a lot of goal scoring in this match. Some really intense fighting going on between these two sister teams. 9364D and C have been shoving each other all game long. Less than 30 seconds left now to try to score. This is going to be a very high scoring game. Duck Sauce goes for a shot. C tries to block it. C, they're going to go for an elevation. This could be the game for them. 96-4D is not allowed to touch them. They're protected as long as they're trying to elevate. That's an impressive elevation from 9364C. Could secure them the win. All right, match 30. Are we ready? Red Alliance ready. Blue Alliance ready. Let's have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue is going to take the Auton win. No win points. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So Red Alliance already getting blocked by Blue. Six at 3D is launching so many tri-balls across the field. (24816A) seems to be having an issue with their robot. Their intake is dangling off the mount, but it's still managing to score. That's impressive design durability. The issue is now they're having possession of 2. 6-3D is still bouncing the shots, and now they're going to come out of the corner and try to do some regular scoring. Blue Alliance trying to score from the side of their goal. Their goal does have a bit of an issue with it. It seems to be dangling, but it's still a goal you can score on. Continue to play until your ref says otherwise. "15 seconds left. Blue Alliance's goal is dangling, but you should always continue to play until you hear the ref say to stop. Until the match ends, you keep playing. And Blue Alliance, that's something they know clearly. They are adding to that score late. All right, we're setting up for match number 31. All right, Red Alliance ready. Blue Alliance ready. Red Alliance ready. We will have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Red wins Auton because Blue crossed into that goal illegally. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So to clarify, in the Auton period, you are not allowed to cross into your opponent's goal. Already we're seeing 19589A try to launch some shots across the field, but they're getting blocked a little bit by their opponent. Now they're managing to just shove a bunch of try balls across the field. And Blue Alliance gets stuck. 663C, this is not the first robot we've seen get stuck today. We're gonna need some help from their alliance partner, but that may have just made things worse. The issue may have just been exacerbated. They're going to keep trying, though. They're not going to try to get. They're not going to stop trying to get unstuck. But now they're stuck on each other. These two blue robots are stuck on each other. Red Alliance now has an open shooting range. They're trying to score as much as they can. Blue is trying to rescue the teammate. And now they're free. Now at least one of them is free. But Blue still only has one robot that's loose and able to contend. Now they're fighting back and forth. They're shoving each other, trying to get some space here. Looks like something fell off of a robot at the very, very end of that match. A really good opportunistic performance from the Red Alliance, scoring whenever they had the chance. All right, Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue crosses into the red goal during Auton, so red wins it. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And already we're seeing the launching period of this match go pretty well for the Red Alliance. Despite some defense from Blue, they're able to get a good few try balls into their opponent's side of the field. And 248, 160 estimate venture into the other half of the field. Red is currently double zoned. They're really trying to get those try balls on the other side of the field so they can score them the way they want to score them. 248, 160, trying to get over that barrier. Tries once, twice, tries a third time and makes it. Red Alliance have been trying to shoot those try balls across the field. Blue Alliance has had that big bar up in the air and just has been blocking shots pretty much all match long. So Red Alliance hasn't been able to get as many shots across as they wanted to like that, but they were able to do a good job pushing. Both the robots doing a really good job making sure those try balls are on their side of the field, making sure that they can score in their goal and in their offensive zone. We will start match 33 as soon as match 33 is reset.
Someone said there was a new rule that you couldn't post skills until the qualification matches are over.
Skills goes up all day long. You can't post the winner.
No, it's like closing, cutting
Oh,
skills off.
yeah. Skills runs through
that a rule now?
I think it is.
Still will close soon, and then high school. Should I make an announcement about that?
All right, we need eye protection on the field. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? And while we're recounting, quick announcement, the skills field is only going to be open for so long. All right, ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. And if this isn't an El Clasico match in the state of Tennessee, I don't know what is. 9364C and A against 663A and G. 2 CCS teams against 2 Brentwood Academy teams. Both alliances get the win point. Blue is going to win the autonomous. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So for both of these alliances, it's not just a chance to win, it's a chance to prove that you have the better robotics program than your opponent. Brentwood Academy and CCS have an old rivalry in the state. They've been going back and forth for years about who's the better program. And 663A gets knocked over early by 9364A. That's a dominant move right there. And 663G is stuck. They managed to get themselves unstuck, but already Brentwood Academy looking like the better team in this tournament. Red Alliance is still trying to free both of those robots. Now they're both stuck. And at this point, Brentwood Academy has scored just about every tri-ball that they possibly can. 663A is really stuck. That robot is not going to come out anytime soon. 30 seconds left in the match. And Brentwood Academy, they've scored so many tri-balls now that there's not a whole lot of room left in the net. What looked like it might be a really close match between these two teams. 663G is going to try to hang itself.
I don't think it would have mattered. Wait, hold it.
What looked like it might have been a close match turned into a very dominant performance from Brentwood Academy. Congrats to them. They've had great robots so far. We're going to have Autumn for the next match in 3, 2, 1, go. Autumn for the next match at 3, 2, 1, go.
Got a tie. But that one was pushed over. I've still got a tap. Look, I've still got a tie. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4.
What about this one? Okay.
This could be an autonomous tie. Red gets an Auton win point, but it's an Auton tie for the match. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Blue Alliance, both of these robots in the Blue Alliance so far today have looked like they can really control a tri-ball, really control an enemy robot if they have to. It's 57711X Rocky. It's shoving a ton of tri-balls across the barrier right now, or rather through the gap. And their alliance partner is picking up the scraps, 2775Z. They've also been a robot that can control a tri-ball, but they've got a really good pairing here with Rocky, because Rocky can feed them tri-balls all game long, and they can continue, Jackson area can continue to score them. Blue Alliance, though, they're taking the initiative. They're trying to stop it. They're trying to play defense. But that blue robot doesn't have a mechanism that can reach up and block a shot. So it's going to have to find another way to block it, like maybe pushing their opponent. That's what they're trying to do now. It does seem like they've made Rocky uncomfortable in that corner. Or maybe they just run out of preloads or match loads. The defensive effort is coming in, but one of those blue robots looks like having a problem with the drivetrain. Might have locked up. 30 seconds left. And now Rocky is loading the tri-balls in with its intake and then launching them. That's not a capability we've seen from a lot of these robots. It's a really impressive showing from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still doing a good job playing defense, keeping their enemies score down. Question is, did Blue Alliance score enough during that match?
That's a crazy score. Yeah.
All right, we are ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. This is match number 35.
Do you have an extra match schedule?
I can get one.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, this could be a close call in the Auton here. We're going to take a close look. By the way, folks, this seems as appropriate a time as any. Can we get a big round of applause for our volunteer field resetters who are helping to reset the fields after every single match? Without our field resetters, this tournament would not be possible. So blue takes the Auton, no win point awarded. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So 663D and 663B here on the Red Alliance. They're trying to be an effective pairing, one playing defense and controlling the tri-balls on the ground. 663D looking to launch those balls across the field, but 663E, another CCS robot, playing some lockdown defense right now. If you can control this game on the ground, you're going to make it really difficult for your opponents to do anything. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance is starting to score some points on the ground. 663E and 926-4G both scoring, but they're currently double zoned, so they got to be careful. 663B, though, they aren't moving. There's no light on their robot. I think their robot might have a terminal issue. So it's 663D by themselves here against two capable robots. This is a difficult situation to be in. They're using those wings. They're trying to block. They're hoping that they're going to have enough points at the end of this match if they're able to hold off their opponents. So blue is having to be very careful about double zoning here. If you double zone yourself for too long, Red Alliance can and will try to de-score some with your hard-earned goals. Looks like Red Alliance tried to elevate itself at the end there, wasn't quite able to do it. We had eye protection for qualification match number 36. And we're ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. This is 9364C on the Red Alliance with 19589A. It's a terrifying duo if I'm on the Blue Alliance, because Red Alliance has been hitting very consistent Autons. Not to be outdone though, the Blue Alliance, two good defensive teams. So Red's going to take the Auton win and the win point. We'll take the driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance, as we're seeing, they are not going to be outdone easily in this match. These are two robots that complement each other well. 24816H can launch those tri-balls across the field. And 16859D can shove those balls really comfortably into a low goal and play good defense. They're a good pairing, but so is Red Alliance. The question is, who's got the better pairing? Who's going to be the strongest of the two in this game? They like to play very similar styles. You're seeing so many tri-balls fly both ways across the field right now, but Red Alliance, what a big push from 9364C. They want to get all those tri-balls on the other corner. Their alliance partners using that claw, 19589A, they got that claw. They've been using it all day to score, but because they're double zone, Blue plays big defense. So you have to be careful about this double zoned situation. We got 30 seconds left in the match. Elevation is now protected. We've seen 9364C go for it at some points this year, this tournament. Blue Alliance playing some big defense here. We'll see if Red Alliance goes for an elevation. And Blue Alliance needs to respect the space. Remember, that elevation is protected in the last 30 seconds. So 9364C can do that, and there's nothing Blue Alliance can do about it lest they be disqualified. So to clarify, in the last 30 seconds, you are allowed to elevate, and your opponents are not allowed to touch you.
Middle school and high school. So, okay. There's middle. I'm gonna put middle over here. All right.
So our head ref is doing some explaining about that last match.
it to like whichever, like if you're making contact with the tiles on the side.
Right?
Yeah.
I liked it like that.
Did they change it from that?
I don't think they changed from that, but
They should have. That's how it should be.
so I like it throws me off because I'm like, no, they're both over here, and then I was like, no, wait a minute, he's touching, you know. So, hey guys, we're ready to start. Drop your goggles.
All right, we are ready for Auton in match 37. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, sorry. So it looks like Blue Alliance. Blue does win autonomous by 1 point. It's a millimeters call, but it's the right one. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So to clarify, you are not allowed, well, if you are touching a ball, a tri-ball that is, at the end of the autonomous period, it is not scored for your team. So you have to make sure that your robot lets go of the ball.
Yes. Hey Ben.
She's
Ben.
not a volunteer, but can she?
Hey Ben. We're gonna recruit you. Here, talk to Ben. Talk to Ben. Here, talk to Ben first.
So Red Alliance currently has 2 robots on one side of the field. You know what that means? And they've changed that. So now they got 1 robot on each side of the field. Both alliances do. 663G gets rammed into a corner, almost flipped. There's a lot of aggressive defense coming out from the Red Alliance in this game, and I kind of like it. It's really putting these Blue Alliance robots to the test, trying to really forcing their opponents to be sure of their robot and sure they're driving and careful with their moves. And now Red Alliance is getting some shots off. Blue Alliance is trying to stop them. .663E on the Blue Alliance has been engaged in a duel. 16859B on the Red Alliance. They've just been shoving each other over and over and over. It's a very physical robot competition right now. It's going to be a really close game. Both alliances have a pretty similar number of tri-balls scored. All right, ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. So Red is going to win the Auton. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And some high lob shots from 663C. These balls are bouncing around everywhere on the field. 16859A. They've had some struggles with their drivetrain today, but they've also been pretty good controlling the movement of the tri-balls. It's kind of a shootout here. Who can get the most tri-balls on the other person's side? Red is double zone at the moment. Now they're not. Looks like Blue Alliance is having an issue with their drivetrain. 24816A. Looks like one side of their drive is working and the other is not, which means that both alliances at this point have one robot with a mobility disadvantage. So it's going to come down to which of these robots that are working as intended are going to be able to do the most damage. Blue is striking first, doing a good job pushing a ton of balls in, but blue is double zoned. Blue is currently double zoned, so red is allowed to descore. .30 seconds left. Not a whole lot more time for red to make an impact in this match. And blue gets a big shove on these tri-balls. Are going to try to move those over the side as well. 663C has been feeding tri-balls to their teammate. Their teammate's been doing their best. But 57711C has been very good this game at controlling those tri-balls and doing absolutely everything that needs to happen for Blue Alliance. So we'll see who won that. It's a great shootout. All right, we are ready for Auton. We are ready for Auton. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Blue takes the Auton win, but no win points awarded. Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Red Alliance reaching into the field to feed their robot those match loads. You're not allowed to put your hands on the field. You're only allowed to reach and touch the robot. In fact, you're not actually allowed to do that, but you are allowed to put the tri-ball onto your robot. And that's only if you're touching the match load bar. We're seeing Red Alliance do more of the same. 9264B loading up more and more tri-balls, trying to shove them across the field. And it's a massive pushing match, as everyone seems to be wanting to score these tri-balls in that red goal. And both red robots have been doing that comfortably so far, but blue is going to respond. Both alliances were briefly double zoned there. They both fixed it. Red Alliance is calling for a load from their drive team, but it's getting blocked by Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is making it a very uncomfortable job to try to get those tri-balls in the field. Blue Alliance starting to stack up more and more points here as the clock winds down. Red Alliance recognizes the double zoning, though. You got to be real careful. Red Alliance adds another tri-ball. Oh, this is going to be close. It's going to come down to the last few pushes and shoves of this match. Who's going to get the last word on tri-balls in this one? Red Alliance recognizes a double zone here. The net is falling apart on the field. We're going to score this match and then decide what happens. All right. We're ready to rock and roll for match number 42 as soon as the teams are ready. Doesn't seem to be anyone here for the Red Alliance. We're getting plugged in now.
I will start it. I'm going to start this.
Who's on?
He's the wrong match, what I've got right now. Shouldn't there be a what?
63A is on the Red Alliance. Shouldn't they be on this side?
This is the wrong qualification match. They've got 42 pulled up, and this is 40. You guys have had 40, right? Yes.
All right. Are we ready for Auton? Goggles need to be on because we're going to start Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that's going to be real close. We'll see if both of these robots are touching. All right, we're gonna have driver control on 3, 2, 1, go. And that Auton period, go. So in that Auton period, Red Alliance won the Auton, but Blue Alliance walked away with an Auton win point. So both alliances have something to be happy about. Very early on in the smash, Rocky, that's 57711X, shoving a ton of tri-balls into the other side of the field and launching a couple as well. Not to be outdone though, 9364E, we've seen them all day long. They make these short little pitches of the tri-balls, and they either cross the long barrier or they just kind of sit in front of the long barrier ready to be plowed across. This could be an exception to the rule though. They go for a score. 96-4E piling on the tri-balls. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance is not going to be left in the dust here. 663A doing a fantastic job zooming around. It's a smaller robot, but it's good at controlling the tri-balls, and it's quick. And that's allowed them to do a good bit of scoring so far today and in this match. But Duck Sauce on the Red Alliance has been menacing. They might have one of the most consistent intakes that we've seen so far in this tournament. This is all good teams in this match. There's not one team in this match that's going to be a weak point. They're all well ranked. 63A with a last minute play using that arm to swipe a tri-ball into the goal. That was a really great match from all concerned. Good bit of back and forth scoring from both sides. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Both alliances, are you ready? All right, ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. And while we got this Auton, quick announcement, the skills field will close at the end of qualifying matches. The skills field will close at the end of qualifying matches. Blue wins the auton. Nobody gets the win point. We'll have driver control. 3, 2, 1, go. And Red Alliance, off the back of that auton loss, they got some ground to make up, and they're going to do just that. 24816H. That's from Happy Valley. That's that program. They are firing consistent shots to the other side of the field. They've been doing that all day long, making a nice little pile, hoping that maybe themselves or an alliance partner can get control of it. The issue is that 663E is right there to do some poaching for the Blue Alliance. So what ends up happening is they've got a nice big stack of tri-balls right there, but there's a flipped robot for the Red Alliance, and there's a blue robot that's stuck on the flipped robot. So it's effectively a 1 versus 1 situation unless somebody gets unentangled.
All right, guys, just score. Score points, yeah. No, guys, just score. Score. Go, run, go.
We're hearing some communication now from Red Team. They're saying just score. It's just going to be up to the remaining robots on the field to push these tri-balls in. They're getting encouragement from their teammates, their alliance partners that are just sitting on the ground right now, not able to do a whole lot. 30 seconds left. Getting some suggestions from their alliance partners. 663E seems like it's having some kind of driving issue as well. They haven't been able to do a whole lot of scoring. Five seconds left in the match. And it looks like only one of those robots was fully functional at the end. 24816H, which is knocking tri-ball after tri-ball after tri-ball in. If you're in qualification match number 42, you should be on the field already. Someone tried to bring a laptop with some code to the field. That's not going to work too well, because we got to get our match started.
Guys, like 2 seconds. You literally have 2 seconds to get on the field, or we're starting without you. Another announcement about how we're not waiting on people.
Once again, we are not going to wait on teams that are not here on time. We just don't have that much time left in the day, so we got to go ahead and get going. We're ready for auton in 3, 2, 1, go. So Blue's going to win the auton. No win point. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Blue Alliance tries to get tri-ball across the field, ends up kind of some teammate interference happening here. Now this is where D Duck Sauce started the match without a teammate, but now 663A is back in the fight. They managed to reconnect the robot after an early rough start. But they got some catching up to do because both of those robots in the Blue Alliance have been consistently scoring. And 663A, they're going to use that strategy they've been using all day long. It's real simple. You drop some tri-balls in, and then you push them to the other side of the field. And then if you got time, you can try to score them, or you can let your teammate, Duck Sauce, do the hard work of scoring them with the goal. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, 24816A, has been using this catapult to good effect all day long, and it's a really good pairing for Alliance Partner 19589A, because they've got that claw, and they can use that to move one tri-ball if they want, but they can also kind of shove a couple if they need to. 30 seconds left. Elevation's protected, but none of these robots have been using that today. Looks like Duck Sauce is having some kind of issue with their drive. Maybe not. Maybe they're just waiting for more tri-balls to show up. 63A drives across the field, dunks a tri-ball in the goal. He's trying to catch up to Blue Alliance. They're making some big plays at the end here. They're getting a lot of volume moved, but the teamwork between Blue Alliance has been incredible. Good job to both alliances. And we're at the stage of the day now where this is going to be the last match any of these teams are playing. We've only got 6 matches left. Or only got 4 matches left. So yeah, this is definitely the last match any of these teams will be playing. The last chance to boost your place in the standings before our knockout bracket and alliance selection. Out of the field, we have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go.
I got what? He's been quoted on Discord. I have? Wait, what quotes of mine? You said C-Team is hanging themselves. Maybe I'm not always winning. Maybe I'm not always winning. Oh, why was that the one? They're always listening. You're never gonna break. And that's on a live stream too. That is on a live stream.
Everyone ready?
Are you?
That's outside.
Oh, it is.
Okay, actually. I was just giving you a hard time. Energy man.
All right, we ready for Auton? Red Alliance looks ready. Blue Alliance, you ready? All right, if we're actually ready this time, let's do Auton in 3, 2, 1, go.
Wrong button?
No. Okay. That's 43, right?
3, 2, 1.
Man, you high schoolers should know better.
It could happen to anyone. It shouldn't happen to anyone. No, but it could.
Thank you. It's much better. Alright.
It's probably still touching. There. Now you're good.
Okay, ready for Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, now we finally got autonomous underway for match number 43. We got 3 matches left after this one. Then we're going to do alliance selection here in a bit. This will be the last chance these alliances get to earn win points.
Blue cross under? Did red cross under as well? Sorry. 1, 2, 3 for blue in here. That's 2 for red. So that's up through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3. I think blue by 1 point.
So wait a minute. But didn't they cross the line, or is that?
Yeah, we're coming back to that. Wait. 1, 2, 3.
So we're tallying up the auton here. We had a bit of questions be asked about the score and about this rule about crossing into your opponent's goal. You're not allowed to cross into your opponent's goal during auton.
Oh, I think it's wait 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blue's plus 4 and then 5. Yeah. It's just blue. 1, 2. Yeah, it's just blue.
I'm not mad, sorry. But they cross. So it's red.
And what did they cross?
Win point. Yes, on win point.
All right, we're ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like Blue Alliance got the auton bonus there. So 9364C on the Blue Alliance. They didn't quite get the auton they wanted, but they are going to be able to start launching those tri-balls across the field. And 2775Z tried to play defense on 9364C, and they said not today. They ran right through him, and 2775Z fell over. That was a fight. Red Alliance is trying to de-score there in a moment of double zoning. And 2481T is on their own right now because their opponent is currently flipped over after attempting to play defense against one of the bigger robots we have in this tournament. So right now, Blue Alliance has a big advantage with 30 seconds left because there's only one other robot to contend with right now. And usually in a situation like this, it's just going to be Blue Alliance to win it. But Red Alliance, they're not giving up. They don't know how to give up. They're still pushing around their opponents. They're still trying to get more tri-balls scored. But 9364C is going to come in balance. So Red Alliance is getting a reminder that you're not allowed to interfere with somebody when they're hanging off of this bar. This is the robot elevation bar, and 9364C has been the only team that can do this consistently, and it will get you extra points if you can elevate yourself on that bar. right, ready for match number 44. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. After this, we only have 2 more matches, and then we can get into our alliance selection. No win point awarded. And blue is 1 Auton. We're going to have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So 663D is using the strategy it's been using all day long. Launch those tri-balls across the field. They've got this kind of low angle shot that they're trying to use to get those balls to slide right where they want them. And that's as opposed to other folks that we've seen use some higher arcing shots. It's interesting to compare the different types of shots that people like. Rocky, for instance, another alliance, another team that's like this line drive shot. All right, 9364B being warned not to possess too many tri-balls. You're only allowed to hold on to 1 tri-ball at a time. So that makes it really important to be able to cycle them quickly. 45 seconds left, and blue is double zoning. But they're using it to score a ton of points, and red is double zone on the same side. This is a absolute brawl going on. Rubber bands come flying off of one of the robots. 663D is being warned not to D-score while your opponent isn't double zoning. Got to be careful about what you do and don't try to D-score. Meanwhile, Red Alliance is trying to make a last-second push to get as many tri-balls in as they possibly can. The tri-balls are there. They just need to get them into the goal for those extra points. Those are going to be absolutely critical for this match. Last chance these robots will have before alliance selection. That's a close match. That's going to be a really tight one.
Alliance selection for middle school.
Has to start after. It's got to start after this.
Does it?
Yeah, there's no way we can run these and alliance selection at the same time. So just run it right after this.
Okay.
And then also Noah, we're rerunning qualification match 3 on field 1.
We've got 5 matches left. Okay.
After.
I thought we
not even 5. That was 44.
Yes. Oh, we have 46, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have 3 left.
46, and then 3. So just make an announcement.
So a quick, so we are going to replay qualification match number 3 on this field. That will be our final qualification match of the day, and then we'll do middle school alliance selection. And that's where the fun really begins. We'll get to that in a little bit. At the moment, Red Alliance, are you ready? Can I get a thumbs up if you're ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, we'll get started in just 1 minute. Just to reiterate that, we're going to have this match, 1 match on that field, and then 1 last match on this field, and then we get to alliance selection. So we're just waiting on a ruling from that last match. All right, folks, are we still ready from that last time I asked? Fantastic.
I have to make these notes because it was a double DQ. Wait, what? I know. Both teams did a penalty that was match affecting. So, double DQ.
So,
Yeah, so did you want to announce? Where you go?
on that last
we're
match.
ready. We're ready.
On that last match, can I announce that?
Yeah, you can announce it.
So, quick update on that last match. Both alliances had a match-affecting violation, and so both alliances are going to get DQ'd from that match. We'll see how that affects. Oh, okay, correction. Both robots on the red alliance were DQ'd. That's going to be a blue alliance win. Back to this match, we'll have Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. So both robots on the red alliance of that previous match committed a violation that was match affecting, and so they are both disqualified. That leaves a blue alliance win for qualification match number 44. Meanwhile, in the Auton of match 45, blue takes the Auton, no win points. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And here comes the catapult action. Both sides have one. It's Red Alliance is firing them first. And Red Alliance slides one shot right into the goal, slides two shots right into the goal. They've been really effective at that long-range shot. It can sometimes slide right into the goal if you're lucky, the way it bounces. And the best part is, even if you miss, you've got your alliance partner over there to help you. 9364A has been really good at that all day long. 9364G is the one launching those shots in with terrifying consistency. Look at that. They're able to put them right where they want them every single time. That is refinement. And that shows you how much practice they like to put in. We still have a minute left in the match, and look how many tri-balls Red Alliance has already scored, but now Blue Alliance is going to go on the attack. Blue Alliance is double zoning to score extra points. Both Blue Alliance robots are just going to try to find every tri-ball that they can. They're going to try to shove that into their goal. Blue Alliance launching those shots across the field, but Red Alliance is playing some defense. They're blocking that shot with that large, high elevated catapult. And now they're simply grabbing those balls right out of the intake that Blue Alliance is trying to use. They can't get those shots across the field because Red Alliance is just blocking them. Blue is going to make one last push at the end. All right, moving on to match number 46. We got this match, then one more, then Alliance selection from middle school. All right, we are ready for autonomous. If you got your goggles on and your battery plugged in, with Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. (663G) trying to get that tri-ball into the goal for Auton, but it's not quite going to cross the plane the way it needs to. Red takes the Auton. Red does win Auton. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So Red Alliance has got on the board first. They got 4 tri-balls already in that goal. Blue Alliance is responding. They got 3 of their own. And already Red Alliance, both alliances are double zoned. Trying to scoop up those tri-balls. They haven't used match loads yet. Looks like they're setting up to do just that. 663C is gobbling up their sister team in 663G. Playing some really aggressive defense, not wanting to let them do anything at all, and that's a tangling hazard. 663G is now climbing over their opponent on the Red Alliance. And 663G gets flipped over, but they managed to flip themselves right back up with that tall grabbing mechanism. That catapult has multiple purposes, it seems. But now they're stuck on their alliance partner. That's a much worse situation than being stuck on your opponent. C now might be stuck. Now the table has completely turned in the last 15 seconds. 663C is stuck. Well, they managed to get unstuck, but so is 663G. Now they're playing even more defense. They haven't learned their lesson. They keep going at each other. They keep trying to stop the other from scoring. All that match long, Red Alliance was just racking up the points. We are still going to replay match number 3, by the way.
Reset this, yeah. Well, no, it's not over yet. Reset this.
Tell all the middle school teams to start lining up.
All right, attention middle school teams. We need you to start lining up for alliance selection. So bring one team member and a robot. Attention middle schoolers, bring one team member and a robot to alliance selection.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, it should be. I am not a huge fan of the ones without robots, but I also think you should be rewarded for scouting.
You have a really good argument.
Not yet. We're gonna play a tournament after this. Yeah. So like this was just to set the order. So we're gonna. Well, yeah, but it's more complicated than that. Here, stay around because we're gonna need you to help reset more fields.
So, everybody's gonna go one more time.
What?
Everybody's gonna go one more time.
Go one more time. Some people are gonna go one more time, and then some people you play now until you lose. So basically, at the end we'll have one winner.
So who's gonna play?
Everyone, I think. Well, everyone except one person, maybe.
So like.
Just here, take a seat there once you're done resetting. You all did a great job. Take a break.
Well, do you think 7th place gets to go? All right, guys.
Yeah. Well, here, yeah. Just sit down, and then we'll need you eventually.
Can you make a quick announcement for the middle school teams to start coming out here for?
All right, I'll make another one. Yeah.
Did you already?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll make
All right, middle schoolers, a reminder, we do need you to get out here and get in line soon. We'd hate to start without you. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready?
Hey, Red Alliance.
Goggles. This is going to be a beautiful match. It's going to be nice and clean, and you guys are going to score hundreds of points.
That's hilarious.
Nice and clean.
Starting now. Yeah. Are you ready? Okay. I'm waiting on you. All right.
We're just waiting on one more team to get ready. All right, looks like we're ready for autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. This is the last match for high school until we have our knockout bracket.
No win point for blue.
Red is touching.
Oh, they can't get win points.
They didn't score anything under the red goal.
Oh, well, they can't get it anyways. I'm sorry. Blue team cannot get it because they...
Correct, because they broke the rules. So, red,
So it'll be a red Auton win. And no win points will be awarded. We will have driver control.
Blue's on this side, we're good. No, they're all their tags are backwards.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So are they all on the you guys all set up on the wrong side of the field?
Oh, come on, lads. Okay, so looks like every single team set up on the wrong side of the field. I've never seen that before. How in the world have y'all pulled that off? We're consulting Garrison on the matter because according to our
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. You're the Blue Alliance. What? Look at the screen. You're the Blue Alliance. And they're the Red Alliance. You guys are the Red Alliance.
But are the alliances correct? The alliances are correct, though.
What do we do here?
Do we have to restart?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
So, after what seemed like a normal Auton round, one of our scorekeepers pointed out that the Red Alliance robots have set up on the blue side, and the blue side robots have set up on the red side. We're just going to keep playing the match and then change the scores as needed.
Yeah, you're good.
That's quite remarkable. All right, are we ready for driver control?
How many people here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
That has to be your record.
All right, we are ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're just going to play this match as if it had been normal, and then we'll change the scores as needed at the end. So 936, it's on. So 9364C is using a unique four-armed tactic to, as quickly as possible, launch these tri-balls onto the field. This is a very nice bit of choreography from the team, saving them some time, but Blue Alliance is not on this field alone because 63C and 63A are fighting back and forth right now. But they better be careful, they're tangled up a little bit. 63A and 9364C are tangled on each other right now. Neither one of them is completely free to move. Looks like the wheel of 63A is in a rubber band on 9364C. All right, they're free now. The issue's been solved. Now it's back to scoring as normal, business as usual. And Red Alliance is going to start using these preloads, but they're under heavy pressure right now. Blue Alliance is double zoning to score a ton of tri-balls, and it's risky to do that, but they're not being punished for it. They're being rewarded for it because their scoring is so consistent. They're able to keep those tri-balls flowing into the goal. And now 9364C is playing some big defense, making it really hard for 63A to score. 63C is able to score. All right, they're elevating now. 9364C is up on the elevation bar. We'll see if they were able to hold themselves up there for long enough. It was a close match. It was back and forth all the way. But Blue Alliance got that elevation at the end, so that may well be enough to flip it in their favor. In the meantime, while we tally that score,
You guys get off. So we're ready to get it started? I need you to repeat that. Saying something about alliance selection. I want to start, but they're saying something about moving the kids.
Moving kids?
I don't know.
Who?
all right, ladies and gentlemen, this is my favorite part of the day at any Vex event. This is what we've all been leading up towards. Every single match that we played today has been a qualifying match. Now, we get into alliance selection and our elimination matches. In a moment, we will decide the alliances that will be seeded into a bracket and will then play each other in a head-to-head single elimination bracket to determine our tournament champion for the middle school. Now, the way this alliance selection works is very simple. First, I gotta ask, who here has never been to a Vex tournament before? Is this anybody's first tournament? All right, looks like we have some new folks here, so I'm gonna give a pretty simple explanation as best as I can. We are going to start with our number 1 seed, 663S. 663S gets to ask any team that they want to be their alliance partner. That team can either say yes or no. So suppose 663S asks their friends, let's suppose that they ask 57711E to be their alliance partner. They can either say yes, in which case they will be our number 1 seeded alliance in this tournament, or they can say no. If they say no, 663S can ask anybody else, but here's the catch. If 57711E says no when they're asked, then nobody else can ask them to be their alliance partner. So, suppose that 663S is going to ask one of their friends from CCS to be their alliance partner. Suppose they ask a really low-seeded team to be their alliance partner. If that team says no, there's a chance that that team might not end up on an alliance because we might run out of teams. So you have to be careful about who you say no to. Anybody have any questions about how alliance selection works? All right, all these new teams, any questions about how this works? Any questions from the audience about how this works? All right. Tournament management, are we good to go for alliance selection? I'm getting to wait just a second.
Nope.
It's a good point. One more important thing to mention is we will have 12 seeds in this alliance, and each alliance, we will have 12 alliances in this bracket, and each alliance will have 2 teams. But here's the thing, we have got a total of 27 teams, and we only have room for 24 in the bracket, so there will be 3 teams that won't be on an alliance.
The new rules. You don't get to choose how many alliances.
Yeah, I like having the weird brackets filled up.
All right, tournament manager, are we ready to go?
1 second. I saw a 12 and then a 1.
So I'll just say that one more time, just so we're perfectly clear. Our number 1 seed gets to ask anybody they want to be their alliance partner. If they say yes, great. They're paired up for the rest of the tournament. If not, then they get to ask somebody else. And no one else can ask the person that got asked. And then once we've made an alliance with the number 1 team, we come over to the number 2 team. And the number 2 team can ask anybody that they want, unless, of course, there's somebody who said no previously. All right, we got the green light. Let's get started. So, 663S, you can ask anybody you want to be your alliance partner. Who do you want to ask to be the number 1 seed?
9364X.
9364X. Do you accept or decline?
We graciously accept.
They accept. All right, that's our number 1 seed. So go ahead and pick up your robot, pick up your thing, and head over there for us. All right, now for our number 2 seed, 9364S. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner on the number 2 seed?
18,000H.
18,000H. Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept.
You keep that.
All right. So far, so good. 18,000B. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364W.
9364W. Do you accept or decline?
We graciously accept.
They accept. All right, this is the part where I get a workout, running back and forth. All right. So we've got 3 teams out of the way so far. All right, 57711N. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
31110C.
31110C? All right. Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. All right. 18,000C. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
18,000J.
18,000J. Do you accept?
I accept.
All right. Fantastic. Up next, we have 16859E. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
17711H.
97711H. Sorry, 57711H. Do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. All right. This is going really well so far. 57711E. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364U. 9364U.
9364U. Do you accept or decline?
I graciously accept.
All right, they accept. (9364T). Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364V.
9364V. Do you accept?
We graciously accept.
All right, they accept. Fantastic. 18,000A. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
16859C.
16859C. Do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. Five 8953D. Who would you like to ask?
What is that? 48953E.
48953E. Do you accept or decline?
Decline.
All right, they decline.
What'd you read? 48953. Is that the person you want to ask? Is that who you want to ask?
All right, who else would you like to ask?
31110B.
31110B. Do you accept or decline?
I accept.
All right, they accept. 48953E. You declined when you were asked previously. Who would you like to ask?
I would like to ask 48953F.
48953F. Do you accept or decline?
I humbly accept.
They accept. All righty. So, we are about to form our last alliance. So, whoever you ask is the last team that gets to make it into the elimination bracket. So, everyone else who doesn't get asked, that means that you're not going to make it into the elimination bracket. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
31110E.
Say that again.
31110E.
31110E. Do you accept?
I accept.
All right, they accept. So that is our last alliance for the elimination bracket. For everybody else, thank you so much for coming. Hope you had a great day. We very much enjoyed having you here. Up next, I believe we have our high school alliance selection.
Yep.
So don't go anywhere just yet. We have another one of these coming right up.
High school. Yep.
And on that note, all high school teams need to send a team representative and a robot this way for alliance selection. We want to start that as soon as possible, so please hurry up with that. All right, folks. We just had our middle school alliance selection, and we're about to do the same thing for our high schoolers. So, high schoolers, who here, is there anyone in the high school for whom this is your first ever Vex tournament? Anyone never done an alliance selection before in the high school? Anybody completely new to this? Any questions at all about how this works? Fantastic, we can get started in just 1 second. All right, folks, before we start, there is one thing we need to address. Because of the number of robots that we have here, we got 23 robots, which is just one shy of what we needed to make a 12-team bracket. So instead, we're going to have to settle for an 8-team bracket. And that means only 16 of our 23 robots are going to make it to our elimination rounds. So that's going to give us 7 teams that won't have an alliance in the elimination bracket. So we're going to make 8 alliances. And if we're all ready to go, then we can go ahead and get started. All right, 9364C. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364A.
9364A, do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. All right, that's your number 1 seed. 57711X, Rocky, who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
19589A.
19589A, do you accept?
We accept.
They accept, all right. 9364E, who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364G.
9364G, do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. All right. 663B, who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
24816T.
24816T. 24816T, do you accept?
I accept.
All right, he accepts. All right, and believe it or not, that is half of our alliances already made. Only 8 more teams to go. 57711C, who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364D.
9364D, Duck Sauce, do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. 24816A, who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
24816H.
24816H. Do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. All right, now I believe we have 2 more alliances. Is that correct? All right. 663E. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
663D.
663D, do you accept?
We accept.
They accept. All right. 2775Z. This is the last alliance of our bracket, and you can have any of these robots that you would like to be your alliance partner. This is ultimate power. Who would you? Yes, you can take a look. All right, folks. This is our last alliance in the bracket. The gentleman in the lab coat peruses the options available. All right. Who would you like to ask to be your alliance partner?
9364. I don't know the last number.
9364. Is that the right one? All right, 9364B. I assume you accept.
We accept.
All right, that is your last alliance for the knockout bracket. And we will see you all in just a few minutes. We're going to get started with these elimination rounds. And it is win or go home. It's a single elimination bracket.
Tough luck.
I gotta get started. I got more brackets than high school. Yeah. I got more action.
Want me to make an announcement? Want me to call them over here?
If we're ready to, I mean, I'm ready.
Are you ready to go on the middle school bracket? Can we go ahead and get going?
You can start?
Are we good to start on the middle school bracket?
All right, so if we are good to go with the middle school, then let's go ahead and send those middle school teams over here. Middle schoolers, if you are in one of the first knockout rounds, then you should be headed towards the field. High schoolers, if you are in one of the first knockout rounds, then you should be headed over here as well. All right, folks. Our middle school knockout bracket is already underway. "45 seconds left in the first match. And Red Alliance has been doing a good job getting those tri-balls in early in the game. But Blue Alliance, they're playing some solid defense. They are not letting Red increase that lead without a big fight. They're using that catapult to try to score some of their own. 18,000A is waiting on the other side of the field, ready to hungrily receive any tri-balls it gets that it can score. The problem is Red Alliance is starting to poach some of those. And that's the risk of trying to throw something across the field. If you don't get it all the way across the field, Red Alliance might scoop it up and score it for the wrong team. And that's exactly what Red's been doing to such great effect recently. Blue Alliance is finding some tri-balls, though. And that is the end of our first elimination bracket match. The good games come out. Sportsmanship abounds.
Ideally, we would want to finish middle school and high school at different times. Got it. Just go at your own pace, and then we'll be slow. I guarantee we'll be slow.
We'll beat you. We'll beat you. Don't worry about it.
All right, high schoolers. The middle schoolers are already underway. Let's get y'all over here for the knockout round.
Did he go?
A chair? Well, that's unprofessional. I say that as I'm squatting, but like that can like be passable when examining the field. Like if I do this,
But like you could like sit back there.
okay, that's not. I'm not like a commentator in a booth commentating on a football match. You know, I'm a robotics MC. You know, I feel like I should be by the field.
All right, our first quarterfinal match. Our number 1 seed features two powerhouses from Brentwood Academy, 9364C and 9364A. 9364C is that robot with the really tall catapult that knocks those tri-balls across the field with such good consistency. 9364A in the match that they had together today was doing a really great job getting those tri-balls held onto. So some alliances have been able to throw the ball across, but they can't do anything with it. And 9364A has been really good at controlling the balls as they come across the field, positioning their robot well, and scoring them. So they're turning the robot's capabilities into points really, really well. And that's going to be a real challenge for our number 8 seed.
Letting these guys take some time to set up, not rushing it too much, you know?
All right, as our high school teams are getting ready, it's important to remember this is our highest seed against our lowest seed. That's how our bracket works. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance is ready? All right, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance is ready too. Our scorekeepers are getting into position. We're just gonna make sure we have all the software exactly the way it needs to be. We're hearing some strategy talks go on between these two alliances, deciding what they're going to do, how they're going to approach this game, how we're going to maximize the odds of winning. Because if you don't win, then that's it. Your tournament's over. You had a great day, but it can come to an end with one loss. And we are ready. Our alliance is both still ready. We will have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. So 9364C is rectifying an error they had earlier in the day when their Auton breached the goal illegally. They've rectified that error, making sure they don't get an Auton disqualification in the knockout bracket. Red wins the Auton. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. After some very good middle of the day programming. And immediately 9364A is the first to spring into action. 9364C is having a connection issue with their robot. Blue Alliance is going to get a bit of a head start here, but Red Alliance is back in full force now. And after a brief hiccup, 9364C is back to doing what it does best. They've been one of the best teams in the state for years now, and their winning culture clearly has continued. They're so consistent. Look at this wall of, there's a massive, massive wall. Look at this massive mound of tri-balls, and each alliance is pushing and shoving, and it looks like Red Alliance comes out on top. Red Alliance is able to get so many of those balls exactly where they want them, inside the goal. Blue Alliance is also currently double zoned, but it doesn't seem like 9364C is too worried about descoring. Looks like 9364C is letting A do most of the work, and Blue Alliance, they're on the attack now. 40 seconds left in the round. 2775Z is zooming across the field. They're trying to get those tri-balls into the goal before time runs out. 30 seconds left. Elevation is now protected. C is dumping tri-ball after tri-ball exactly where they want it. Now they're going to go for an elevation. Take close note. If they can hang their robot from this elevation bar, that's extra points, but they're interfered with. So their alliance partner went over there to offer them some protection and moral support. But 9364C got their robot elevated, so that'll be some extra points. All right, so if that match seemed a little one-sided, that's because it's your number 1 seed versus your number 8 seed. But this match should be a shootout for the H's. This is the number 4 seed and 5 seed. So traditionally, this has always been a very close matchup at this stage in a tournament. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, let's have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. Six 3D got very close there. We'll see if they manage to actually score that. 9364D. All right, so red wins the autonomous bonus, and we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. 24816T. It's that robot with the big flaps and the bigger catapult. Duck Sauce has to come over and defend it early, but they seem happy to do so. Duck Sauce has some defensive capabilities. It's a robot. They've not been afraid to use them all day long. And their alliance partner, 663B, is ramming 57711C into the goal. But Blue Alliance is fighting back. 57711C has that catapult, and they're trying to use it to get the tri-balls across. They're not buckling under the pressure. They're going to stick to their game plan. Really good focus from both alliances here. You can tell it's 63S and their Red Alliance partner, 24816T, had a game plan going in. The plan was one robot's going to launch, the other one's going to score. It's an alley-oop all game long. 9364D is trying to cross now into red territory, but they're being gate kept hard. So they're not going to have a great opportunity here to score. Now 57711C is in the back of the field. They're trying to score for Blue Alliance, so they're doing a good job of it. They're putting the pressure on red. Red is the one with the lead to defend. Red is the one with everything to lose here. It's a good bit of driving by Duck Sauce here as they managed to scamper over the lawn barrier. Going for a big score, and they get it. They managed to wrap their way around the field and score. Problem is there's not a whole lot of time left in the match now. Pushing, shoving. Who's going to score last? That's the game. What a pushing and shoving contest. All four drivers were dialed in. All right, this is going to be our number 2 alliance versus our number 7 alliance, our third quarterfinal. On the red alliance, we have Rocky, and we have 19589A from Hope Robotics. These are two great programs, two great teams from years past, and they built competitive robots today. Teams are up against 663D and 663E, sister program teams. They'll have a bit of synergy going for them. If they can work together, they could maybe get a good bit of scoring going in this game. The question is, can they overcome the consistency issues that have held them back? Because both of these robots on the Blue Alliances have had really good games today, but not every game has been great. And so if Blue Alliance is really going to need to have a great game if they want to overcome the Red Alliance that they're up against. That said, you never count out an underdog in Vex Robotics. Because you...
Make an announcement. We have a missing child, Presley Lindo, if they could meet their party at the Carson-Newman sign. Presley Lindo? Presley Lindo.
All right, folks, bit of a serious announcement here. We have a missing child, Presley Lindo. If anybody has seen Presley Lindo, their party is meet over at the Carson-Newman sign. Presley Lindo, if you're here, please head to the Carson-Newman sign. Alrighty. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Not ready yet. That's fine. Not ready yet.
Are we good?
Can we get some eye protection? All right, we are ready. And we will have autonomous in quarterfinal 3 in 3, 2, 1, go. Both alliances trying to score an auton. Red Alliance has 2 tri-balls in their goals. It's a promising sign.
What happens?
They both cross into the net in autonomous. One red, one blue.
So robots on both alliances crossed into their opponent's goal, so nobody gets the auton win. We'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. And immediately, both alliances have fired up their strategies. They fired up those launchers. They want to get those tri-balls across the other side of the field. That's immediately the strategy that they're both going for. They're playing the same game. Who's going to play it better? It looks like Red Alliance is doing a good job to play some defense. They're getting pinned in a corner, though, so they're having a hard time actually slowing their opponent down. They're just going to feed their alliance partner here. 663E now has a bunch of tri-balls to use to score. Rocky, they're just gonna hold. They're gonna hold him against the. They're gonna hold him against that long barrier in the middle of the field, trying to lock him down as tight as possible. They know he's a threat. They know they need to stop him. Meanwhile, 663D is still fighting tooth and nail, trying to defend and knock tri-balls across the other side, but it's a hard ask. They got to do that without descoring because no one's double zone right now. And there's a pushing match to watch. 663D versus 57711X. They're pushing each other. They both want those tri-balls on the other side of the field. 663E comes to help. It's a massive scrum. 30 seconds left in the match, and a tri-ball goes flying out of the field into the crowd. Thank you, sir. Someone's mounted on the rails. That's a Red Alliance robot. Could be a problematic situation. Ten seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance looking for some last-minute scoring. 663D is going to elevate themselves on that long barrier. That counts. So 663D has elevated their robot. They've done it on the long barrier. They haven't done it on the Alliance barrier. They've done it just kind of in the middle of the field. You can do that if your robot's got the capability. And those points could well be the deciding factor in this match. Even though their opponents did such a good job with the regular tri-ball scoring, that elevation is something to watch. And this is our last quarterfinals match. Should be a pretty good one. Our number 3 seed versus our number 6 seed. On the Red Alliance, 2 Brentwood Academy teams, E and G. On the Blue Alliance, 2 Happy Valley High School teams from That's 24816H and A. So 2 sister teams squaring off against each other. Who's going to prove to have the better program for this tournament? Which alliance will come out on top? We are ready for autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. This is the Happy Valley Alliance against the Brentwood Alliance. So red is going to win the Anton because blue crossed into the red goal. We're going to have driver control in
I thought you were going to chop your ankles.
in 3. Getting a rules clarification here. It's an important thing to do. It's a good learning moment. All right, now we're ready for driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Nine 364G has been firing those shots consistently all day for their alliance partners to scoop up and put in goals. 9364E has been really good at putting those balls in the goals. This could be a very strong combination, especially considering the defense that 9364E is able to play. They're blocking so many shots. The Blue Alliance is going to do the same thing now. They've been scoring too. 24816A is going to use that tall catapult to block some shots and force them to shoot at the wrong angle. All right, a minute left in driver control, and Blue Alliance is going to start to stack up the score. Blue Alliance really starting to score a lot of try balls here. They're double zoning. Red Alliance is calling that out. They're saying, hey, let's go de-score them. Hey, let's score a ton of points while they can't guard us. They're seeing that opportunity, and they're communicating. They want this to win. They want to move on to the next round, and you can hear it between their drivers. As they continue to add their points total, but Blue Alliance has been slowly but steadily catching up. It's hard to know the score in the middle of a match like this, but with 20 seconds left, it looks fairly close. Blue Alliance looking to make some moves. Red Alliance scoring some try balls at a critical time. 15 seconds left. Flaps are coming out. Robots are going for their last scoops. Another big push from the Red Alliance at the end there. Blue's got to be really careful not to go in the red goal. A really good performance from both alliances. Red Alliance did a great job calling out what their opponent was doing to make a good plan. Meanwhile, let's check in with the middle scores. They're in their third quarterfinal. We've got a minute left in a middle school match. We're seeing a lot of robots clamber over this long barrier in the middle of the field. 1800H is starting to fire shots. Their alliance partner is starting to push them in. 9364S, not to be underestimated. They pushed a lot of shots in today already. But Blue Alliance, 9364U, they've got flaps on their robot. They're going to use that to score. And a big, big push from Red Alliance. 1800H moves a ton of try balls across the barrier. Their opponent, though, might just push them right back. 30 seconds left in the match. Elevation is now protected. 1800H looking for more shots. Their alliance partner looking to feed them some more things to score. Or rather, the other way around. They're trying to give their alliance partner try balls to score on their side. There's an issue with the controllers. The team's disconnected for a few seconds at the end there.
But if it disconnects, you got to keep trying because it'll reconnect, and you want to be moving when it does.
And that brief reconnection there affected all teams equally, so it doesn't affect the outcome of the match. A good battle from the middle scores. So we're going to take a quick look at our field here. We may have done some damage during a previous match. It's important to make sure that the field is set up the correct way. We're about to play our semifinals for the high school. But while we do that, the middle schools are wrapping up their quarterfinals. So after an auton tie in quarterfinal 4 for the middle school, both alliances have all to play for. Remember, it is win or go home. So if you lose this match, you're out of the knockout bracket. And Red Alliance knows that. They're scoring as quickly as they can. They're lobbing shot after shot carefully over that long barrier. As much as they can, they want to get those try balls into the goal. Looks like that blue robot was stuck a little bit, and they asked for help for their teammate to get him off. That's very good communication between these two robots. And that's 48953F rewarding their teammates' patience by scoring a bunch of try balls. They're going to back up. They're smartly using the back of their robot. That's where their plate is mounted. The back of their robot has a metal plate that's really helping them get a good, consistent shove. 30 seconds left, and that consistent contact is helping them score. This is a close game so far. Red and blue are throwing these try balls back and forth across the field. Each one's trying to have more points in their offensive zone than the other. A big push from Red. Red Alliance is starting to get those into the low goal. That's a big push at the end. Blue Alliance gets one more. Red Alliance can't push it back in time. This is going to be a really close match. There's no elevation, so it's just try balls to think about. And it looks like we're about ready to start our semifinals for high school. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready?
Can I get a thumbs up, lads? Hey, no, CCS, there we go.
All right, and we will have autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. So these alliances have already done a really great job today. They're in the semifinals, but they want more because the finals are ahead if you win this game, and everybody wants the glory of winning a tournament. Red will take the autonomous. Oh, hold on a minute. A question is being asked. So Red is not allowed to cross that auton line. Our head ref is going to take a very close look. That's going to be a close call. If Red Alliance is contacting the foam tile on the other side of that line, it would be a Blue Alliance auton win. Be exactly what Blue Alliance needs. But Red Alliance is not touching that tile, so Red Alliance, by a hair, wins our autonomous. And so we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. And already, 663B is trying to play defense. Look at it, they've added a standoff to their robot for this matchup. They've tried to add an ability to play defense, but it hasn't worked out. It was a good effort But now they're going to need to find some other way to counteract this devastating offensive powerhouse that is 9364C, feeding shots to 9364A. There's just not a good way to stop this. They're going to try to play defense. They are double zoned at the moment. They're not double zoned anymore. They are no longer double zoned, so they got to be careful not to get stuck under there. All right, and blue is able to get out, but 663B, they're not moving on the field. Blue Alliance is down a robot, and they might not be able to get back moving. It looks like they're going to be disabled for the rest of the match. Maybe a cord came disconnected, maybe it's something else, but regardless, 248-160 at the end of an amazing day is now fighting a 2 versus 1 against two of the biggest robots in this tournament, but they are not going to give up. They're not going to stop now. They come this far. 30 seconds left. What can they make happen? Red Alliance is continuing to try to score points. Blue Alliance, give them something to think about here, putting up a big fight at the end. 20 seconds left for Red to hang on to make sure Blue Alliance doesn't score too many points at the end, but they are not going to stop rolling around. 6 seconds left. 9364C is elevating. They put their controllers down. All right, this is our semifinals matchup 2. So the winner of that match will go to finals, and so will the winner of this match. Finals on that field, right? And our finals will be on that field. This is our number 2 seed and our number 3 seed. There have been no upsets so far. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, ready to go. We got Auton in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like Blue Alliance crossed into the red goal, so that'll give Red Alliance the Auton win. And we'll have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Shots are flying across the field. Blue Alliance working up an early advantage here as far as getting try balls on their side of the field. Their alliance partner's going to come over to help clean up the shots that aren't going all the way across, and that's going to be some early scoring from Blue. And a good thing, too, because Red Alliance has already put so many balls, so many try balls inside the goal. And look at that. Rocky is going to feed try balls to their alliance partner from Hope Robotics, but a big defensive move from 964E could be the stopping factor in that. 964E does not want to let their opponent breathe. There's a lot more defense being played, though. These two Brickwood teams, they seem to know what their opponents want to do, and they're trying to stop it. They know that Rocky likes to feed their ally a ton of try balls along that back corridor, and they're going to try to stop it by getting in the way and by stealing those try balls for themselves, and they're starting to score some. This is going to be a really close game. And we're only now at the 30-second marker. 964E, though, is stuck on a barricade and it lets some try balls slide through. That could be critical for Red Team's score. And Blue Alliance is still stuck. We got stuck at the end, but Blue Alliance is now starting to score multiple shots And a last-ditch effort from Red Alliance is going to get thwarted by a big hit from 9364G. They're going to pin their opponent in the corner until the match is over. That was a really, really close game all the way to the end. This is where it gets really, really close in every single game. Let's have a look at our middle scores. Let's see what they're up to. So on the Blue Alliance, we have 1800B and 9364W. And 1800B is doing a really good feed job right now, chucking tri-ball after tri-ball to their alliance partner. And it looks like 9364W is doing a good job controlling the tri-balls and scoring them over and over. This is the semifinal as well for middle school. There's a log jam over here. 1800B is wedged up against 1800H. These are two sister teams that are stopping each other right now from scoring. Oh, the log jam's broken up with 30 seconds left. 1800B is going to get stuck. No, they're going to get out of there. A bit of good driving is going to save them from getting turned over. But they still got to score some points here. Red Alliance is trying to get it done, but looks like one of those red robots is having an issue with the drivetrain. The other red robot seems content to play some defense here. Seems content to try to hold the Blue Alliance from getting a ton of tri-balls across the middle of the field. And 9364W, there's a big pop at the end there, a big run on those tri-balls. What a match. And so the winner of that will go to middle school finals. All right, folks, we have 2 more matches left to play. We have a middle school finals and we have a high school finals. We're going to do our middle school finals first on this field, and then we'll cap off the day with high school finals on this field. But don't go anywhere after that, because then we have our award ceremony. 2 more Vex matches left to be played. All right, small correction. We're going to do high school first, and then we'll do middle school to finish it off.
Give them time to reset and all that. And I'm giving them at least 10 minutes, so I'm on.
High school's got about 8 minutes left to get over here and set up on the field.
You know what? It's the last match of the day. I think that's fine. We won't get done by 4, but...
Also, I suppose now is as good a time as any to mention this. We do have a little repository of parts that we have found on the field. So if your robot has lost some parts and you don't know where they are, come up to the stage, because it might be here. We got a few minutes to go before our finals match. And I'm going to take some time. I'm going to do a quick interview with our finals teams. All right, 9364A and C.
Hey guys, I want to do a quick interview.
So, you're going into the finals. You've made it to the final game. What's your strategy going up against a tough opponent?
Don't lose.
Don't lose. Okay, so that's a twist on the win strategy. Now we're going to don't lose. I like that approach. Blue Alliance, what is your approach to this final game?
Y'all want to, y'all set up first.
It's always exciting to hear from our competitors before their big game.
Hey, what's the state spot? What's the state spot?
If I were MC, I would say it. But that's why I'm not MC.
Yeah, that's exactly why you're not. You want to MC the last match? Head ref?
All right, 57711X Rocky, would you like to tell us what your strategy is going into this final match?
Winning. Win. Just win.
Anything to add to win?
Win.
All right, so we have one alliance that says their strategy is don't lose, and one alliance that says their strategy is win. All right, folks, this is our finals match. Winner take all. The winner of this will be our tournament champion. All right, folks, the Red Alliance in your finals match, your number 1 seed, 9364A and 9364C. Folks, if you're excited to see them in your finals, make some noise for these teams from Brentwood Academy. And your Blue Alliance, 57711X Rocky and 19589A Hope Robotics. Folks, if you're excited to see those guys in your finals, make some noise. Got a lot of support here for both sides. So there's only one question left to ask. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Tournament Manager, are you ready? For the final time tonight, we will have Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go. Every robot pushed the ball around at least once. A lot of tri-balls got moved. We're going to tally this up carefully. In a match that's sure to be as close as this one, every single tri-ball you can get in Auton can make a difference.
20 for red. 20 for red. 15 for blue.
So that'll be the Red Alliance is your Auton winner for the finals match. All right, so for the final time, we will have driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. A minute and 45 seconds left to decide the fate of this tournament. 9364C doing what it's done all day to such great effect. It's launching shot after shot after shot after shot across the middle of the field. But they've never faced an opponent as tough as this one. Rocky's there to play some defense, and so is Hope Robotics. Brentwood C team still firing away, trusting their alliance partner, Brentwood A team, to do the scoring, and that's exactly what's been happening. Brentwood A team has been unstoppable today at scoring. They've been going hard in the paint. They've been grabbing those tri-balls and shoving them in the goal. But look at this, Hope Robotics on the attack. They're the robot with that claw. They're the robot that can control all those tri-balls at once and shove them under the goal for a ton of points. It's all about getting those balls controlled. A minute left in the match. Blue Alliance's current was briefly double zone. They're not anymore. They're shoving back and forth. It's like Blue Alliance. Rocky's trying to defend against two Brentwood bots right now. That's a hard ask for anybody. And now they're going to use some preloads for Rocky. He's going to start to fire them across the field, but this defense is going to be really powerful from 9364C. That tall catapult isn't just a weapon, it's a defensive tool. 30 seconds left. Balancing is protected. If you can elevate your robot, no one can stop you. There's a pushing and shoving match going on. Rocky's trying to get across the field one last time to score a few more points. Now the 6-4 is trying to elevate. They're elevating from that bar. As long as they can hang on, that's going to be a ton of critical bonus points. 2, 1, and that robot stays on there. And that is going to be an elevated robot once it stops swinging. A really impressive job by both teams there. An amazing finals match. Let's get one more round of applause for your finals alliances. They've served up a great show. Without a doubt, the top 2 alliances in our high school tournament. While that's tallied up, we have another finals match. We have the middle school finals match. Middle schoolers, if you're in the finals match, come on out here. Middle schoolers, if you're in the finals match, you don't want to miss this. And Blue Alliance is called a 3-minute timeout. Each alliance is allowed to do that once. And that'll give us plenty of time to tally up the score for this high school match. The scorekeepers are tallying up the final score. This is how it works in Vex. They're going to show it to the teams. What's this? I'm hearing some kerfuffle over here from the scorekeepers. All right, folks, here's a little twist. 9364C's robot, while it's elevated, it's contacting the wall, which means it doesn't count as elevated. And so it won't get the points for an elevated robot. This could change the outcome of this match. They still got a timeout going.
Oh, all right. No!
Wait, hold on. Can we wait to start this match until we announce the score of this? All right, cool.
Yeah, we got a timeout going too.
Yeah. We're still waiting on the final score to be tallied. We still got a timeout going before we start our middle school finals match. So the timeout rules in Vex are very simple. In the elimination round, each alliance can call 1 3-minute timeout once. And Blue Alliance has chosen to use it. There really is no better time to do so before a finals match. All right, folks.
Hey, have y'all shown this? Have y'all shown the scores to everybody?
What?
Have y'all shown the scores for the finals match?
It's up there. It's on the screen.
All right, folks. So the result of your finals match, the Red Alliance has come out on top, 118-70. Make some noise for these Brentwood Academy robots, our #1 seed in the tournament, your high school Talon Tussle 2023 tournament champions. All right, we got one more finals match to go.
Ready? We already said ready. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
A couple of slow crawling autons here. Not a whole lot of action. These teams are playing it safe. They don't want to get disqualified from the auton here. Don't want to risk losing the points. That will be a Blue Alliance auton win.
Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
A minute 45 seconds left to decide the middle school champions. 63S firing shots across the field. Their alliance partners, 9364X, have been pretty reliable at making sure that they can get those trite balls in the goal. Now the 64X at this point really wants to make sure that their opponents don't get the tri balls across the field. But now their priorities are shifting. They want to try to score these tri balls in the bottom of the goal. A minute left in the match. And Blue Alliance is starting to go on the offensive here. They are double zoned at the moment, but they're gathering up the tri-balls for a big push. And there they go. They're surging across the line. Both blue robots are pushing into blue territory, or into red territory, to score a bunch of points. Now the 64X, the W, is starting to score a bunch. They're being defended hard by 63S, but they're still succeeding in their push. And 1800B is throwing tri-balls across the barrier. This late surge from the Blue Alliance has put both teams looking fairly even. There's a piece of a robot on the ground. This is an all-out battle for control of the field and for control of the tri-balls, and it could be an entanglement here. This could be an entanglement. I don't think those robots can come apart from each other. There's only 15 seconds left, but two of these robots are tangled up with each other. It's a 1 versus 1 now between 9264W and 663S. There's cheering from the crowd. 5 seconds left. Who's going to make the last push to score? Red Alliance is deep in their own goal, and that's the game. A round of applause for both alliances, and we're going to tally it on up.
Result in a disqualification. For both of us? Yes. Let's score it up. It was 20 seconds left on the match. They couldn't get disentangled. It was red team fully pushing blue team.
I think earlier in the day, you said something about how. So earlier in the day, there was a ruling about this, wasn't there? I'm trying to remember.
Either way, I feel like if it was
Were they defending like super hard? Okay. In that case, you can, yeah.
The way the points are, we can reasonably say within the 20 seconds it would not have changed the outcome.
Can we see him first?
All right, so the head referees are going to look at the score. They're deciding amongst themselves. All right, so here's the situation, folks. With about 20 seconds left in the match, 663X was playing some really aggressive defense, and they got entangled with 18,000B. Our head referees are conferring, and they're going to decide whether or not that was match affecting. We got a couple of different scorekeepers and assistant refs that are going to help them get some feedback. We should be back to you very shortly. If they decide that it could have been match affecting within the 20 seconds that were left, have y'all reached a decision?
We deliberated. We decided that the defensive play was not match affecting, which means red team wins.
Because the majority of those tribals were scored before the entanglement. Explain that. All right, real quick. Because.
You have a question.
We'll say, explain that. That might help with this question.
What was the question?
So we based that on the fact that the majority of those tri-balls were already scored before the entanglement happened.
What was the question? I don't think that would be.
All right, so a question is being asked to the head of ref. This is always encouraged to get clarification or to talk about a call that you weren't quite sure about. So our head referees are going to explain the reasoning, and then we'll see what we get from here. Either way, it was an amazing effort from both alliances. Both teams did a really good job throughout this entire day in this finals match.
I think the ruling is final.
All right, so the question has been asked and answered. The ruling is final. Your tournament champions are 9364X and 663S. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to your champions, the Red Alliance. And congratulations as well to our runner-ups, 18,000B and their alliance partners, 9364W. Congratulations to all teams involved. Congratulations to everyone who is here today. Don't go anywhere just yet, folks. We are going to be giving some trophies to these fine young Vex competitors who have done so well today, and we're going to be giving out some trophies for judged awards. Don't go anywhere just yet. We have our award ceremony coming up. And before y'all start to scamper off, I want to say a huge thank you to our two head referees who did such a great job today. A lot of hard situations, and they've done a great job knowing the rules, doing some explanations. And since we got everybody here, we're going to go ahead and go into the awards ceremony. All right, folks, at this time, anyone who is still in the pits, if you would make your way to the competition area. We've got our awards ceremony up next.
Well, we've made a right pigsty of this, haven't we? Sorry, man. No, I think that's my fault. Honestly, we should have just had like a designated spot that wasn't staged for.
It's all good. Anybody need spare robot parts?
Yeah, that happens.
Part of it, right? You did a great job today, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for running the show.
Yeah, man.
What? This is a Brentwood kid's bag. I know I saw a Brentwood kid with this.
All right, so since everyone's here, we've got a backpack. We don't know who it belongs to. We think it might be somebody from Brentwood. If anyone recognizes this backpack, anyone recognizes this backpack? It's got Spider-Man on it. All right, there you go.
You like it?
It is a cool backpack. All right, folks, now that we're all here, we can begin our award ceremony. So, a brief explanation of what's been going on. Throughout the day, every single team has been getting interviewed by our judges, and our judges have decided which teams they think are most deserving of these awards. So the first award that we have is the Think Award. The Think Award is presented to a team with the most effective and consistent programming strategies and solution to solving the game. This team's autonomous programming is consistent and reliable, and the team clearly explains their programming management process. The Think Award is presented to team 9364A from Brentwood Academy. Congratulations.
You want this too? Do we not give them that?
Up next is our Judges Award. The Judges Award is presented to a team that is most deserving of special recognition. Judges consider several criteria for this award, including exemplary effort and perseverance at the event, team accomplishments throughout the season, or other factors that might not fall into other existing award categories. The Judges Award is presented to Team 663B from Chattanooga Christian School. Make some noise for 663B.
Down there, yeah. Should have thought of that.
Also, real quick, if anyone from 9364A wants to come back up here, we forgot to give you your trophy. Oh, you got it? All right, never mind. Up next, the Design Award. The Design Award is presented to the team that demonstrates the most organized and professional approach to the design process, project and time management, and team organization. This team's engineering notebook provides a clear and complete documentation of the team's robot strategy design process and the development of their game strategy. The winning team also demonstrates effective communication skills and teamwork. The Design Award is presented to 16859A, Roaring Robotics from Lakeway Christian Academy. Make some noise for 16859A, wherever they are. Well, they'll get a very nice email on Monday. All right, the Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to the team that has earned the highest combined driving skills and programming skills score. Your skills champions for this tournament are Team 9364C, the Speed of Light from Brentwood Academy. Congratulations, they have got the highest skills score combined.
Okay, so that's okay.
It's high school, middle school.
Okay, high school. Oh, high school, middle school. Duh, okay.
All right, up next is one that you already know, the Tournament Champion Award. The Tournament Champions are, of course, the two teams that finished first place after the elimination matches. And you already know them. Give them another round of applause. 9364A and 9364C are your tournament champions. All right. The Excellence Award is the highest award given in Vex Robotics. It's presented to a team that exemplifies overall excellence in creating a high-quality, competitive robotics program. This award recognizes a team's ability to document and explain their engineering design process via an engineering notebook and team interview, and the team demonstrates outstanding competition performance by being among the top-performing teams at the event. This team is a strong contender in numerous other award categories and exemplifies dedication, devotion, hard work, and teamwork. This team is committed to quality in everything they do. Your Excellence Award winners are 9364C from Brentwood Academy. Congratulations.
Anyone know where they're getting there? Oh, they're still printing out middle school.
All right, the middle school awards are still being printed out. We will have them momentarily. So while we're waiting on this, let's give another massive round of applause to all of our volunteers, all of our hospitality crew, all of our fuel resetters, all of our scorekeepers, all of our referees. They are the reason that this is possible. And of course, how could I forget, thank you to Carson-Newman University for allowing us to use this beautiful space to host this robotics event. Thank you so much, Carson-Newman.
One point of clarification on the design award for middle school. We have the award actually goes to 19589A, the design award for middle school. High school, I am so sorry. For high school, 19589A.
That's good to hear. Do we have middle school awards? Anything else we can thank? We need middle school awards? We don't have them. I'm gonna make an announcement.
All right, so while we're waiting on middle school awards, I'm just going to go ahead and give a real quick cleanup announcement. Carson-Newman has been a very, very generous host, and we'd love to leave these pits as clean as possible. So please, before you leave, pick up all the trash, pick up all your robot parts, make sure that they can come in Monday morning and use this as a basketball facility or whatever they do here. Make sure we don't leave a big mess so we can come back again next year, hopefully.
And while we're waiting on the middle school awards, I have a special award I wanted to announce today. To the head referee whose division finished first. Congratulations. He told me earlier today it was his goal to beat his mom and have his division finish first, and he accomplished that goal. So let's have another round of applause for our head referees.
All right, I see somebody moving down the stairs now with a stack of papers. That's usually a good sign. You know what? While we're at it, can we get a round of applause for our tournament managers for running the show all day long, queuing up every single match, making sure everything's running smoothly. Thank you guys so much for giving us a Saturday. All right, folks, we finally have some middle school awards to give out. Your Middle School Judges Award. Once again, that's an award presented to a team that is most deserving of special recognition. I won't read the whole thing again. Y'all remember it. The Judges Award is presented to Team 663S from Chattanooga Christian School. Your middle school tournament champs and your Judges Award winners. All right, up next, your Think Award. Once again, this is the one about programming. And for middle school, it is presented to Team 18000C, the Iron Patriots. Congratulations, y'all are the Think Award winners. All right, up next we have. Hey, nothing here. Oh. All right. All right, up next we have our Middle School Design Award. Once again, this is a team that demonstrates the most organized and professional approach to the design process. The Middle School Design Award winner is Team 9364W. Congratulations to W Team. All right, so up next is our Robot Skills Champion, and we had a bit of a printer error. As you can see, there's no name here, but we're looking at the results right now, and our Middle School Skills winner is 57711N Zip Ties. Congratulations. Y'all are our Skills Champions.
There's no skill. You don't get one skills. No. Tournament champs. Huh.
There's no tournament champion either.
Okay, shoot. I don't remember. No, I know one of them. Could you please pull that up?
I got it. Right here. It's in little letters in red.
So once again, with the tournament champs, we have a bit of a printer error. No teams are listed here, but we already know who they are. It's Team 663S and 9364X. Congratulations once again to your tournament champions for middle school. All right, one more award to give out, and it's our Middle School Excellence Award. Once again, this is the highest honor award of Vex Robotics, presented to a team that does the absolute best job creating a high-quality, competitive robotics program. And your Middle School Excellence Award is presented to Team 57711N. Congratulations. Once again, Team Zip Ties. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. All right, folks. Can we get one last round of applause for all of our Vex teams that were here today and did such a great job? Some of these teams have been here for years. For some of the teams, it was new. But the thing they all had in common today was that they had an amazing crowd cheering them on all day long. So many parents, grandparents, friends, and family members supporting them. So give yourselves a round of applause for being an amazing crowd, giving us such an incredible atmosphere today. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have for you tonight. This has been the Talon Tussle 2023. Thank you so much for coming. We will see you next year.